Hello, everyone. My mic was muted. What a great start to the stream. Welcome to the Circuit Breaker Invitational 2026. I'm playing in the Americas pod. It looks like my stream's working. Everything's okay. I'm a little sick, so I'm going to be... Oh, gosh. Okay, wait. I need to get my deck list in here. CPI. There we go. Let's double check that that's correct. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're gonna jump right into this. I essentially just woke up. What the heck? We want that hand? Don't think we do. Nice, that's a beautiful hand. Let me arrange this. Can I zoom in like that? I can. Okay. Alright, if my face is blocking stuff later, I'll have to fix it. But as you can see, we're playing lat. I'll talk more about my deck as I have time throughout the day. But I'm playing pretty close to the two decks that I should have played for Worlds. This deck I had prepared for Worlds, and then I ended up playing something else. 1, 2, 3 gets me lat draw, so let's go see the top card of R&D. Oh, I should have ran the remote. That was really, really bad. Dang it. Really poor play. I definitely should have ran the remote or ran HQ there. Really, really bad. Gosh, that's so bad. I mean, we would have probably just ran into Maskarovka, and it would have been okay. Now I know there's a Winchester, I guess, but yeah, we definitely should have poked the remote instead. Transfer, that's probably like Excavator. So what are we doing? Let me just pop this. Nice. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, I don't know if you can tell that I am sick. Been sick went on this trip to China that I wasn't expecting due to my grandpa's health. So came back, yeah. Okay, they're getting a bunch of money. This is probably quite bad for me. It's alright. Here we are. Can play transfer. Winchester's really bad to deal with. But if I pop Stone Ship, might have some issues later on. Sorry, I'll try to mute myself. Awkward. Means we saw Winchester in hand, so like it should be Afshard HQ. That's okay. We'll just relax. Overclock is fine, and that's good. Okay, we get to open with this next turn. We get to have a propeller down. We got SMC. And we can just respond to them. Like, we're going to have to deal with measured response because they have a bunch of money, but should be okay. If this is a jam, we can probably run it. Oh, sure. Okay. They're icing the anthill. Wow. I was going to run that. Could run server 5. Could run the wall to wall. Certainly should run the wage. We also certainly could transfer. Are they going to score next turn? Doubt it, right? I'll leave the Discord. Okay, I think we're going to check server 5. Otherwise, we're going to chill. So, we can play this. Rigging up cataloger is very good. We're probably going to do that. I guess we have to do that because there's not much else we're going to do. So let's check server 5. Is that okay? I think it is. Right? Is it? Can we really let them just run away with money? Huh. And I hate rigging up cataloger right now because it kind of gives away what's going to happen, but that's okay. So they're going to like ice R&D next turn, but I'm not planning to run R&D for a while, so that's okay. And they're just going to like flood up, right? So when we play these transfers, we should steal. We're probably also going to run server 3. They're probably going to jam, right? Like they should have... How many agendas? Like it's a 49 card deck, so there's one agenda in every 5 cards. So that's like 3 to 4 agendas in hand right now. It's a lot. Oh gosh. Okay. I guess we have to zoom out. Thing is, I don't exactly have all the tools. Could play the ritual. Ritual, pop fermenter. I can't run everything, that's the problem. Could just run the wage. Or I could just pop the stone ship, save the ritual. It's probably what we gotta do. I should find a breaker. Yeah. Okay, silent chip counts. So we install silent chip. We pop the fermenter. We overclock server 3. Can get through anything here. We can just let this turn into a 4-cost ice. We know the Winchester is already out here. So there's another one. Nice. It going on R&D is so good for me. Okay. So I need to get another propeller. That sucks. That's what we gotta do. Should be a steal. It is. They pick up the envelopment, which makes sense. Now I could poke one of these other servers. If I try to run server 4, we should trash the wage, but I don't know if we have the time right now. Could also just play the creative. It's probably just garbage. Don't think they would have put 2 agendas out there like that. It's probably just garbage. Okay. We gotta play our cards, keep our money up, because like the what do you call it? The measured responses are going to be a problem because I'm giving them money, right? They've got 2 regoliths sitting on the table. They've got an anthill now, which I could have trashed, but here we are. Wow, there was an agenda on the board. Almost ran that too. That makes sense. We thought about it, but alright. We lost the ritual. That sucks. Ah, that sucks a lot. Server 5, 6, 7. So they extracted the unresed regolith. And then we've got this spin doctor now. Okay. We want to transfer. Like, now is a great turn to run HQ. Because they should have agendas in HQ. It would force my simulchip, though. We don't really want that. So I guess we're just going to draw. It's a good draw. And then we're going to run archives. And then play the creative. Oh, there's nothing in there. That sucks. Oh, but they've discarded a bunch of ice, which is quite good for me. Okay. Afshar and Winchester. Okay. They can slash and burn. So they've got a spin doctor. They got a white space. Install another ice. They might not have too many slash and burns, but the spin doctor is a threat. Okay, so they might be like sneaking one out on me again, right? Because that's what they did last time. This should be envelopment into the white space, and it should be another agenda. So, should be trying to get in here. We could just spec work this propeller. I'm not going to be breaking anything with this propeller with 1 counter. So let's start with that. SMC is good. It's super expensive though, because I have to SMC. How do we do this? We could get Unity and get Palangi. That could be a way. I think I'm going to save the pinhole, because it should be an agenda. So I go SMC, get Unity, thinking, oh, I have to plug my laptop in. Holy crap. Why is it not charging? Jesus, my laptop was not plugged in. It could have died any second. So this costs 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 credits, which is going to leave me at 17 credits. Wow. Doesn't put us in a great spot. But that should be an agenda. Because, like if they're not jamming here, like, what are they doing, right? Yeah. It also just, like, gets rid of the envelopment, so I'm kind of okay with that. Okay, so we're gonna get Unity. And then we're gonna get SMC. Oh, I could just get Propeller. So it cost me 9 credits, but if I just get Propeller, it costs me 4. Yeah, I guess I'm just getting Propeller. Should have thought that all the way through, but that's okay. I shouldn't have got the Unity yet then, right? We should have waited until we've seen what happens here, because maybe something happens here that gets rid of the card. I don't think that'll happen, but it could. Yeah. God damn it. Yeah, what the hell? I tunneled on this Unity, which is so bad. That's so bad. Holy crap. I'm so bad at this game. Wow. How am I that bad? That's crazy bad. That I just SMC'd for Unity for no reason. Because I spec worked. I didn't need to trash, but oh my god. I forgot I could silent shift for Propeller. See, I'm like not on it today. They're gonna sneak out another 3-2 on me. Like, I'm throwing out the DZ and the Azimat, which is okay. All right, roll D10. So you don't want to tell them what the results are, but on a 1 to 5, I'm running the left one. So we rolled a 1. So let's run server 9. That's fine. The Unity is going to be relevant, right? We got a white space. We got another white space. And we know that there's no Winchester on HQ, because there's already 2 Winchesters out here. That's a thing. Haha, it's Spin Doctor. That's hilarious. I love that. This is the perfect run. Let's go with these 2 cards. And then we even get a lat draw. Holy crap, what a good run. What a good run. Now they're going to score, and I'm going to be like, damn it. Oh, what a good run. Okay. They're jamming at it again. I could just trash the wage. It's probably what we're doing. I can't really run HQ because we can't break a Stavka. Let's start with this. Oh. Well, now we can break a Stavka, but we can't break a half-rune Stavka. Let me just get our cards down. I could try to play the transfer, but like we definitely trashed the wage. Wonder if I transfer. You can't break Hafren Stavka. Like, I'll lose if that's Stavcon HQ. But if it's Stavcon HQ, they probably should have put Afshar or Winchester on top of there. I think I'm going to go for it. Yeah. And then we can pinhole after. Because this way, there should be a 1 in 3 to see a slash and burn here. Okay, or we can bounce. That's fine. And we'll pinhole. That's the ice that makes sense. Because they've, discarded a bunch of HQ ice. So there's an envelopment on HQ. That makes a ton of sense. They're going to show us a Spin Doctor. It's fine. It gets rid of our lat draw, though. That sucks. Hopefully they pop it. Nice. Shuffle back Envelopment and Extract. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so if there's an agenda in server 8, they either can score a 3-2, or they can't score a 5-3. Reinstalling wall-to-wall? Sure. Probably could have just ran server 4. I don't know. Okay, we need to get money. We're scared of as if measured response. Poking HQ earlier would have been nice. Probably just drawing. Could run R&D. We might win by running R&D. We just run R&D? 1, 2, cost 3 credits to run R&D? I could draw and run R&D. Yeah. This seems okay. They shouldn't have, there's only a Spin Doctor left, right? This one. I win if there's 2 agendas. Damn. So we don't want to give them the Bass. Don't want to give them the Envelopment, but they can have the Tithe. So it's going to be... Wow, there's 3 envelopments? Oh, maybe it's just 2 and it's just come up again. Ugh. Gross. Now we ask if there's action. Oh, okay. So they do have the Spin Doctor. That's good. It's very good. This would have been the reason to run click 1, because now I can run back. Hopefully they pop it. If they don't, I might run the spin. Because I don't want them to have the envelopment in the Bass. Like, those are two key cards here. We might also just run server 3. Could install Simulchip and run server 3. That's like a decent line. Because that should be an agenda. And then I die to double measured. Don't want that to happen now, do we? Two, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's like impossible to count their influence to figure out they have half rune. It's impossible to do that. So what do we want to do here? We want to run the spin. We want to run server 3. And we want to not die to measured response. How do we do that? Probably just ending our turn on 5 cards. Yeah. Oh, we can't even end our turn on 5 cards. Dang it. Okay, we're just installing this. The fact that we didn't get any DZMZs down this game has been horrendous. So they're going to draw the envelopment in the Bass here. It's really, really bad. Oh, and they have Wage. So I'm just dead here. Or, well, I'm not. I have to... Oh. Oh my god. Dang it. Nah, but if I ran, I would have died to double measured. Yeah, if I ran, I would have died to double measured. I thought about running, too. That sucks so much. Now we lose to Slash. But we know that there's... I knew that they drew 4 non-agenda cards. How many cards do they have in their hand at the start of the turn? They had 4 other cards in hand. Wow. Server 8 could be an agenda. Might want to check that. That's so bad. Wheels is good. And the Basalt's gonna screw with the cataloger now too. So bad. Okay, let's start with this. And then we'll run the Spin Doctor. That's reasonable for this to be 2 points. Is it? Maybe it's not. Because I feel like it was on here before the assault was installed. Yeah, sure. That's fine. We'll get rid of that, because that's like a shuffle effect. Whatever. We run the spin. Just lose to slash. Yeah, it's fine. We'll run it. They didn't think much. That means they had it. Sure. So now they can basalt it back. But there's the cup. Maybe it's a turn too late. If they have to spend a turn drawing, that'd be good. They took a credit. Do I not have it? Maybe they don't play slash? They gotta play at least one. Next turn, the envelopment's gone. So I'm just gonna end up dying to measure this game. That's what you're telling me? Ah, the freaking basalt was in there. It was in there. The wage workers on the board. Yeah. That's the deck. I mean, if I had the wheels, I would have been able to wheels the wage. Oh, actually, we know that they don't have slash in hand, because they would have played the slash instead of the nano. Yeah, they don't have slash in hand. Okay. So now they have double nano. Next turn, that is. This shouldn't be an agenda. Yeah, okay. What did they extract for? Nothing. So they extracted, they picked up nano. They extracted, installed the card in server 3, and ice on RD. That's definitely not an agenda. Double nano plus wage means that they can score a basalt. So I can deny a basalt. Or they can also score a slash and burn with the wage and single nano. No, but they also have a wall-to-wall credit, so that's actually not going to make a difference. And this should just be envelopment. So what? If they res envelopment, I'm going to trash the wall-to-wall. I have to break the white space now. 1, 2, 3. So I'll be at 7 credits if I install this. This is fine. This is envelopment, right? Like we're just making them res, and then we're gonna bounce. Yeah. Okay. So that fires. Now we pick this up. Do we want to cup the wall-to-wall or cup the wage? I feel like the wage is not relevant anymore. I don't think it is. We just cup the wall-to-wall. Oh gosh. Time's a big problem for me. Huge problem. Time is a major, major problem. Okay. Time is such a big problem. Okay, that doesn't do anything. They're panicking. Come on, give me 2 turns. They used the Basalt Spire counter. That's a misplay? They have it? What? Okay. Why did they bass and then extract? Bass, extract. So they gained money so that they could, yeah, okay. So I had to trash the freaking wage workers. So I had this game, even though, like, I had multiple opportunities to win this game. That's so bad. That's so bad. Ugh. Like this, the Basalt score I could have ran. The wage. I was just like, how do I lose with the wage? And they were on $6. So I guess like it was Bass plus. I guess like also I knew that it was Bass. I should have known it was Bass because I gave it to them. So Bass Extract was a line I should have seen. So yeah, so all the pieces were here. It was just really complicated to figure out. But all the lines were here. So I should have trashed the wage and cupped the wage. Trashed the wall-to-wall and cupped the wage. Or maybe I should have just ran the wage and left the wall-to-wall. And then I got a report. But losing the ritual that turn was really, really bad to the Azif. Like it was, I think that was like the turning point of this game. Like I had full control of this game until they scored the naked Azif protocol, and I lost the ritual. Because like if they scored, I don't lose the ritual. Like I'm drawing 3 cards deeper into the deck, and my draw would have been a lot smoother because there was so many turns here where I just had like it was just a little bit too awkward. Let's take a look at the replay. Man, can't afford to lose games like that too because like we're playing 8 rounds of single-sided Swiss, and we need to. It's essentially a top 5 cut. So, yeah. Oh, it was Stavka in front of the anthill. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Like, I set it to, I have to poke the remote. Like, I was just on wake up autopilot. Wow. Wow. That's so bad. Wow. That's so bad. Like this turn was like I had the click to run. Like I was just like, oh yeah, we'll just run R&D. But against Wayland, you should run the remote like every time. It was Stavka too. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. And I should have poked HQ at some point. Like the thing is, it was a curse that I had a playable hand. And then, like, once I installed the fermenter, I became scared of program trashing. But like this turn should have 100% been run the remote, and then I probably would have installed Anacam and play the creative, and I wouldn't have played the fermenter. Which meant next turn I would have poked HQ, and I would have rezzed in development, and this game would have been like a blowout. That's so bad. That's so bad, y'all. What the heck is my password? I don't know what my password is. Hang on. Give me a second. Okay, next game's starting. I need to go blow my nose, but this game should have been a blowout for me on turn 2. Run here, yeah, like run the remote, run HQ, extract gets rezzed, and we're just like trashing this stuff. Wow, man, I'm not on it today, but I haven't been playing, so like, there we go. That's what happens. Okay, table 22. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay, we gotta jump into another one right away. Another one to guns, cool if I stream. Okay, let's see. Cab airbag. So, got a comment about white space, whether I'd be playing around white space. Oh gosh. Has the round started? But yeah, white space would be bad. But like, I think that's just the modern game. Hashiko. I'm just gonna ice up. We keeping a hand of 4 ice and a La Costa grid? Don't think I am. That's just the modern game. Like you have to take some risk, but it's just like most of the time it's a good run. Like the vast, probably like 80% of the time. Like white space is the one scenario where it's bad, but like Maskarovka is like a wash-ish. Kesselroyd is still a good run. Like most of the time it's still a good run. What are we doing here? I'm gonna install this. So it's a 57 card Hashiko deck. Great. Thing is, if I install the La Costa grid, it's gonna look like it's Charlotte La Costa. So I might as well just put Charlotte La Costa in there. But you kind of actually want the humanoid. I want the humanoid. Like, we'll fire the humanoid and then put the Charlotte in there. And if they come and run, they're not going to be trashing the La Costa, right? So this is okay. Nice. Can zoom back in. Yeah, white space would have been bad. But again, like there's like, what are the chances it's white space, right? It's like a 1 in 17 or 2 in 17, depending on how many white space they play. Yeah. Cookbook. Okay. We know what's up. No ice. Okay, so that means we're going to be spin doctoring and getting rid of the send a message. So it's going to be Charlotte in server 1, spin doctor in a new remote. We're going to Hansi the send a message. Draw a card to gamble. The fact that they're not running this is really, really good for me. Gotta make sure I remember to res everything. We're gonna try to flip back here, so they're not even gonna make any run, which is quite good. Lets me ice up. We're gonna need an ice on the remote first, and then an ice on HQ a second. There's the ice. So it'll be remote HQ. And I think we're just going to protect this void. I could also just play the hedge fund. I could also draw and pitch the Fuji. That's probably better, actually. Yeah, we're so bad at this game. Always got to plan your turns, everybody. I tell people this all the time. In my head, there was just like so much stuff to do. Like play hedge fund, install the void. That's like 2 really good actions. I could also just advance the Charlotte's also a really good action. But no, like because it was Fuji, like because it's a dead 5/3, we actually just want to just pitch it and pop the Spin Doctor. So look, I've been doing some coaching like lately too. So like I should be better than this. Should be so much better than this. Ooh, okay. MIC is fine. Don't you dare steal a second one. Okay. So if I draw and play 2 cards, then we can discard, but we want to ice archives. But the thing is, knowing their pattern of play, they're not going to run archives. We are going to draw. Nice. Tatu R&D and Bodo archives? Or do we think they're going to actually keep running R&D the way that they've been? Let's think about our long-term plan. We're going to play the long game, which means we're going to do this. We're going to throw the Charlotte out because they seem to be giving me this Charlotte. So we're going to keep the petty cash because it's technically more money. It's also not trashable out of HQ. And I talk about ice placement all the time. Like the next places we want ice is another one on R&D, another one on the remote. Probably in the other order. So we probably want the remote ice first. But Empiricist is an R&D ice. Problem is we have to be careful if we ice R&D because we just drew an agenda. And they've got these simul chips. Like, we want to protect this void. But we're going to get, like, crew charmed here, right? Or chisel charmed. Just not drawing enough ice. I could spin. If I spin, no, I want to shuffle the agendas later. Okay, we're taking a huge risk here. A massive risk. And we're basically hoping that they're not going to do anything this turn. They don't have a ton of money, but, like, they have enough money to do something. And if they run HQ and steal send a message, that's really bad. If they run the remote and trash the mic, that's really bad. So like, the main risk that we took was putting the void in the remote. If they run the remote and trash this void by trashing the mic, then we might be in trouble. But the one thing we have going for us is that we can fire the void and throw out the send a message. But here we go. So this is quite bad if they steal this send a message. I probably should have thought about what I was naming. It's probably not event. Yeah, sure. Okay. No, it's so bad. Oh, and they hit the spin doctor too. Man. Just finding them. Had a 60% there. So odds were in their favor. But like, how safe can we play, right? I don't know. Like, you could play super safe and get rid of it. But that's like they have to, like, you can see the run coming, but like even then it's still a 60%. So, and like it's kind of awkward to shuffle it away because we know that they're going to be like they're aggressively running, right? So like we're going to draw another agenda soonish, and like maybe we'll want to shuffle that away because there's still 2 more 5/3s in the deck, but we get max punished by stealing the Sam and trashing the spin. So now we just gotta jam. There's the agenda we were talking about. Oh, God. This deck thinks it's real funny. Sure. We're not going to jam this one, because I have a fly swatter. So we're going to fly swatter this size and 10. This might actually prompt them to run again. I don't think they will, but like actually we do have a problem because they could just simulchip the modules back into the size and 10. So they can actually get in. So I guess like we'll jam next turn. We'll jam next turn. Hopefully we draw a Proprio. Ooh, no twinning counters. Very good. But there's the chisel. That's very bad. So we need another ice. We knew that, though. And we don't find one? Are you serious? What'd they do on their last click? They played Strike Fund. So we know that they don't have Devil Charm. Wow. All right. Guess we'll jam the Fuji. Or the send a message. Maybe the money is just better. I don't know. It's kind of close. Like, we know their hand isn't great, so like the Fuji's got less value. Because right now, all that matters is like Devil Charms. And there shouldn't ever be a Devil Charm just sitting in hand. Because like they should be installing them as they're drawing them, right? So there you have it. It's such a problem. Like, we need to get another ice in our mouth. Hopefully we draw one here. Because if we lose this Mick, and it's just a half rune holding it down, that's like we're gonna lose. But it looks like they're not finding their Devil Charm. It's what you get for playing a 50-something card deck. But we are in trouble, though. We are in some serious trouble. Sure. That's great. It's really good for me. That ice was blank already anyways. And draw again. Cookbook, Paladin. They could have the Devil Charm in hand now. There is an ice. We're not icing R&D. Are we? I think that's how we lose. We just go like advance, score, install Fuji. But we still have to draw the last agenda. There's 4 agendas in the deck. But we're not stopping them from getting in. And if we ice R&D, it's going to prompt an HQ run. And they're going to have to use both simulchips, so they're probably just going to bounce. But, like, I think we have to take advantage of this scoring opportunity. I also have Void. If they find a Devil Charm, I just straight lose, though. Do I install the Fuji? Thinking. That's the question. If I score and install the Fuji, and I install Devil Charm on click 1 or 2, then I've just lost. But we know they don't have it. They could have drawn it on their last click last turn. I think I'm going for it. Because alternatively, the thing is, if this backfires, I'm going to kick myself. Because alternatively, I could go advance, score, ice the remote. In which case, I wouldn't ice the remote at all. Or I wouldn't score at all. Okay, no, that's actually the play. I actually just don't score. So we actually draw. Nice draw. Beautiful draw. Okay. So if they run R&D, I'm going to happily res the Cloud Eater. If they do run R&D, if they don't run R&D, am I going to send a message and res the Cloud Eater? Or would I rather just res something else and pay 4 credits to make them take 2 tags or suffer 3 net damage? It's a good question. Thing is, they're probably just going to take the net damage, and it's not clear to me that their cards in hand matter. In fact, it seems like the cards in hand don't matter. And it's probably just going to get Chisel Charmed. So I should just res the Cloud Eater with the send a message. But that was like a perfect draw, because if they run R&D right now, then the encounter effect fires. Yeah, so we should res the Cloud Eater with the send a message. Because if they don't run R&D this turn, then they're going to be drawing for Devil Charm. And I think, like, what's going to be awkward is if they install Devil Charm and then run R&D right now. Like, now do I pay 10 credits for it to just get wiped out? I do, but that sucks. And then here, I think we, like, install the Fuji, and we maybe even put the Void in the remote, in R&D. We probably do. Okay, right. So they're digging for Devil Charm. If we draw an agenda, then we're not going to void R&D. But if we don't, then we will, I think. Because it's going to be advance, score, install, have another click. Yeah. And our money's good enough. Yeah, we don't have to pay very much. Drawing again, putting the botulus on there. Okay. Ooh. So now do we res it? Oh, wow. Do we res it? That's a question. That's a huge question. Because they're clearly gonna run next turn. They're clearly gonna run next turn. But it's just 3 net damage. Do I really want to pay 4 credits for 3 net damage? I don't think I do. Don't think I do. Yeah, I don't think I do. Maybe I do. I have no idea. $24. If I res this, I go down to $14. I have enough money. I genuinely have enough money. But no, because it's like ice trashing coming up, right? Like, what could they possibly have in hand that's relevant here? Nothing. I don't think there is anything. I'm going to make a call. I'm going to make a call, and we're going to res that. I'm going to make a call that the 3 net damage is not worth my $4. It's very unclear to me that that call is correct. Oh, I should have rezzed the Adrian and moved it. That's okay. Don't think it's relevant this turn. But the Adrian should now be on the remote, because I'm going to be firing Void on R&D. Whereas, like, the remote, I can... I don't know, actually. Maybe we'll just leave it face down so they don't know what it is. Yeah, I don't think 3 random cards out of hand is worth my $4. That's quite the call to make. It's quite the call to make. Might be wrong. Still can't find Devil Charm. Three send messages scored. Scored and stolen. Having a Vampy in hand is quite good. We're going to swap that with the Tattoo on R&D eventually, probably. Next turn we're just gonna be looking to get this advanced. We should actually think about that now, because if we so what do we do if we draw an agenda? If we draw an agenda, we're gonna this is gonna go to 1. And I just need to have 5 cards in hand and move the Adrian, which means I should move the Adrian regardless of if we draw an agenda or not, which means I actually should have just moved the Adrian last turn, because that might have baited a run on HQ last turn, or this current turn. If I draw an agenda, are we going to put the Vampy on HQ? It's a good question. We have to advance the Fuji once, so that we can throw the agenda in the remote the following turn. So our turn is going to be advance. Can our turn be advance, install Vampy, draw in the other order? Because that way we would have 5 cards in hand. We have enough money for that. So we're at 25, right? If we advance, we go to 24. We're going to get the dollar back at the end of turns. We're staying at 25. We install, we go to 23. Res, we go to 16. Res, we go to 14. Res Bodo, we go to 8. And Res, res, we go to 8, and then we have $8 to trigger our upgrades. So that's enough money. So I can do that. We do draw an agenda. What the hell? Okay, so it's draw, advance, ice HQ. Draw, advance, ice HQ, move Adrian. Okay. They could try to run the remote here. They can Devil Charm down 1 ice. Then they still have to deal with 2 ice. They still have to deal with the Void. They're going to try to... They could simul-chip a bunch of stuff over. That was such a bad draw. Because if I just have to protect R&D and the remote, this game becomes so much simpler. But now we've got to do this. But it should be okay. I should be okay. We should be okay. I should be on track to go advance, score, install Paprio, and win the following turn. I think. I gotta go blow my nose. I'm just gonna go do that. I think you'll be thinking. Right? Run R&D. Nope, never mind. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we'll just blow our nose here. Fire is crazy. Really? Okay. So draw a card. I can put the Paprio on R&D now. Is he trying to bait me? What's happening here? What? Fire is crazy. Okay. If I put the Paprio on R&D, can he run back? Oh my god, we drew a Bodo too. No, there's no way, right? Because I could Void. He has to deal with the Cloud Eater. And I can Void. Yeah. Right? Am I missing something? He can run the remote, force the void, and then run back into R&D? He can't do that. Can he? No, he can't do that. What am I missing? You can't run R&D twice. You can't run the remote run R&D. So his only hope is to run HQ and win the Psy game, and now the agenda's gone. Yeah, that was totally his plan, right? That was totally his plan. Why does he have a tag? Okay. Oh, he has a tag from Empiricist. Okay. He has to chisel charm this. And then I can half rune the Rising Tide, and he has to simulchip to break the half rune. I'm gonna get water. My thinking needs to be very precise, and I am could very well be just off, and that's going to cost me this game if I'm off. But I don't think he can do this. If I use Chip to put Chisel onto an IC, is there a response window to use the ETR before encounter and Chisel Charm? Yes. But yeah, I'll wait for Judge. You using Chip is a use of a paid ability, and every time someone uses a paid ability, the other player gets that same window. Okay. Okay, so now my turn to think. Am I popping this? Am I popping that? I don't think I am. I think I'd rather just you use the Devil Charm. Yeah, I'm not popping that. That's like really, really good bait. Because otherwise they can like charm the Bodo, and that's really bad. Right. Okay, so we res half in. Oh, am I in trouble? $3. Am I in trouble? $3. I need the Bodo to end the run. Holy shit, I am in trouble. If I res... No, he has to chip. No. This is fine. Yeah. Because this is gonna force the simul chip. Now he can't get back in, right? Oh, he can. Shit. No, I've lost. Wow. Good game. Well done. Well done. Yeah, I was wrong. Well, I wasn't wrong about the proprio part. I was wrong about the remote part. Wow. GG. Well played. Well played. Well done. No, that was good. Would I have lost? I wouldn't have. Yeah, I was trying to overprotect, I guess. Yeah, I was trying to overprotect. Wow. Oh, man. Just playing too cautious. It's a 3 and... Well, what? Like, I would have, like, let them in. Yeah, like, I would have let them in, and I should have just taken the... Should have just taken the Empiricist Fire as a free non-agenda card, and they would have accessed 2 out of 19. They would have accessed 2 and 19 for 3 agendas, and instead I was playing too cautious. I had Devil Charm. Well, thing is, I wasn't playing too cautious. I just like did the analysis wrong because all the information was on the board. Yeah, all the information was on the board. That was really poor. Really poor. Drawing the Proprio baited me into... Oh. So now I have to win 6 games. And I don't know if 6 wins and 2 losses makes top 5. I don't think it does. Like, I'm probably just out. Wow. Yeah, Empiricist. I should have just taken the odds, I guess. Yeah, because this was all information that I knew. It was just complicated to think about. 2 simul chips. Had the devil charm chisel. So there was a break, and I could only fire void once, and I didn't recognize the threat of only being able to fire void once on the remote. Needed to fire it twice. And we threw the Vampy on HQ. Like, the Vampy... I guess if we didn't draw an agenda, though, the Vampy would have stayed in hand. Or maybe we would have done the math and installed it. Probably would have done the math and installed it, actually. Right? Because we know that we don't need all our money if we don't draw an agenda. I'm trying to, like, juggle that stupid Proprio. Also drew our agendas in the wrong order, right? That was, like, also a big problem in this game. Having to score 5-3s instead of the Proprios. So we scored dead agendas. That's why we had money, but we didn't have protection. Gosh. Humanoid Bren. So what? It's like... Yeah, should just let the run go through. Just like put a non-agenda on top, let the run go through. And then if they run HQ, we still have the Adrian. Run the remote, we have 2 pops. Inaccurate by me on that last turn. Very inaccurate. Well, let's play it out against Augustus. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Oh, jeez. Take it that he's also 0-2. Yeah. Jeez. Bottom of the... That's really bad. That means my round 1 opponent lost in round 2. Jesus. Oh, catching up on chat. Radiant, hey, thank you. Good to see you around. Yeah, the fire all. I should have just taken the odds. I mean, like, objectively, I should have just taken the odds because I wasn't thinking about the remote enough. The bad world after putting Proprio on top is install Iru run. Gosh, like, we gotta think about Iru too. But they shouldn't have Iru because they, like, fired the net damage. Yeah, and then Bodo is blank. Exactly. Like, that was always... Like, the Bodo being blank was also just an issue. Like, they didn't even need to have the money on that last turn. Like, they just had to run through the Bodo. So I definitely shouldn't have fired the Void on R&D. Just, like, overextended on Voids. Yeah, Bodo really is Bran at home. Yup. Okay, we're gonna hit the start game button. Gonna go blow my nose, but wow, what a hand. I could go Petty Cash, Humanoid, Half Rune. He's playing a 47 card deck. Am I doing that? God, am I doing that? And then we lose to Pinhole Transfer? I think I'm doing it. I'm keeping this hand. Having some fun. I think I'm out. Oh, that's... a little less exciting. Do I Bodo R&D? Then I'm at the mercy of drawing an ice. Sure. Drawing on Bodo shouldn't have changed my plan. Probably should have just done it anyways. Should have just petty cash. Install the goods. But here we are. Not drawing an ice. Are you kidding me? Wait, ice archives? No, we have to ice the remote here. Draw me another ice, please. It's a good start. It's a spin doctor. Wow. It's really bad. Archives mark. Quite good. Carmen? Boomerang? Yup. Don't even have an ice to swap it with. But we're gonna res it to pop the boomerang. So bad. This is so bad. Man, I should have just friggin' opened with that humanoid. Wow. You're gonna run HQ. Don't think that works. You'd have to summon a window, but then also find a way to put the other card on the bottom. Yeah. Gosh. Friggin' half rune. It's a 1-of in the deck, too. Is he gonna run? I'll just res it. What the hell? This is fine. Oh. It's actually a lot of problems with this play. I don't have money to make this play. Oh well. You can't break a barrier, right? He installs Kurapira and runs. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Heffern. You have served me well. It did its purpose. Oh, jeez. I think, like, one thing that's happened over the last couple years, like, back when I played, like, for 2022-2023 Worlds, right? But also, like, especially the game of Netrunner prior to that was all very... what are we doing here? I guess the Costa. Was all very, like, the power level was just lower. Like, I feel like power level has gone up so much that you end up having to take, like, the max power level lines, and just, like, even though you could play around certain things, you shouldn't. And, like, last round's loss was completely on me, because I just misevalued the last turn. But, like, I feel like the game against Ob was really showcases that. He's got $20. He has to break a code gate and a barrier to get to this Charlotte. I've got my Archives Ice now, so there's no pinhole. Yeah, I missed the remote. I'm still thinking about the last game. That's really bad. Bravado? God damn it. Sure, you got me. You're good, Augustus. You are good. No, Lacosta's killing me. Like, what are we doing? We're gonna spin away this off-world? I could jam the off-world because he hasn't installed a Hermes yet, but if we jam the off-world and he installs Hermes, then we're just completely screwed. But also, like, if we jam the off-world, we can't res any of this other ice. So we definitely have to hold off on the off-world. Like, Cloud Eater on remote? What are we doing? Cloud Eater R&D? Stall spin, advance, take credit. Thinking. Tough turn. Very tough turn. Love to draw a Hansei review. Like, if we install Res Spin Doctor and find a Hansei, that would be perfect. But the chances of me finding it next turn is probably also decent, right? With Resing Spin. So I think I'll just use the spin to shuffle the off-world back and call it a day. Because I'm close to scoring. Very close to scoring. I could also pop the spin now in case I draw too many agendas. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just res the spin now. Okay, so that's good. So we'll go like this. And we'll throw out two agendas. Right, so we'll go advance, install. And you want to advance the Charlotte first so that this doesn't look like a Lacosta. We need to get another ice on R&D. We need to get an ice on R&D. We need to get this Proprio in the remote as soon as possible, which means we need another ice on the remote as well, probably. But MIC into Tatu, into Void is probably good enough. Discarding Cup is good news. Petty Cash. Still no Hansei. It's like the worst Operation Econ, but I'll take it. So it's here. Here. I can put the Void in the remote. We could put the Cloud Eater on R&D, which is going to leave a Proprio available in HQ, but because I would res this, right? Would I? Ah, okay. Well, we installed it. I was gonna unclick, but that's okay. So he comes into HQ and sees 3. That would be bad, but it seems like he's having trouble drawing the Unity. There's Boomerang. Yep. It's a good play. Augustus knows what he's doing. So he's likely to steal here, which is really bad. But Vampy is quite good. Like I'm just gonna draw with Vampy. Do 2 net and gain 2, sure. So you lose $2, and I'm gonna draw 2 cards. Okay, so now his odds are not that good. So 3 and 6, 50-50. Come on. Fuck. 50-50 too. Damn. Makes you wonder if I should have jammed it last turn. But I don't think so. Oh. Oh, really? Huh. I have the humanoid. It's a good play, but I think I'm gonna hit him with it. I think I am. Boomerang and Pintle Throwing, sure. I think I'm happy to draw 2 cards. Yeah. Okay. I do have to pop the Spin Doctor. He's gonna get the Void. Okay. Sorry, I keep coughing and forget about muting myself. Petty Cash. Coming in super clutch. And then we hedge fund. Is it just hedge? I don't think I sent a message yet. Like, it's just like if this was proprio, you would jam it. But it's not. And I'm probably going to draw another operation, so we're just going to play both of them. Because he might run R&D here, right? We want to res. Like, it's like 1 click less efficient if I don't draw an operation, but like my odds of drawing an operation are pretty high. There it is. Of course. Of course. I think it's the Void. Is it the Void? Wait, no, it's not the Void. It's the Bodo. And then both of the ice is not good. So it'll be the Fly Swatter. Because the Tatu, like, I'm probably going to swap the Tatu with the Tatu and then, like, it becomes a 1 credit tax as the last piece of ice, and then it gains me $4 in case money ever becomes tight. It's kind of a toss-up, I think, which ice you throw out. Because the fly swatter is also a 1 credit tax, but it doesn't give you money, but it doesn't give them a Gurpier counter. So. Wow, good run. I have to pop the mic for this? Or no, I can't, because he still has a click left. It's not even a proprio. Do I give this to him or not? I have to. Yeah. Alright. There you go. And then it's just rezzing the Cloud Eater, I think. Yeah. Because that's just 3 damage. Like, I think it's not going to be relevant. Getting wrecked. Getting wrecked. Not really. It is what it is. Losing the proprio, that's like, that's where this game turned south. We can ice RD here. So you should run R&D this turn, and then this game just comes down to accesses on R&D. I don't know if there's anything I could have done differently here. My opening. This is what I was saying before, right? Like my opening of just like sending it with the half rune and the ice, with the half rune and the whatchamacallit. We have it. Spin Doctor Adrian. Jesus. Well, there's the last Spin Doctor and the last defensive upgrade. But he's already played, like, he's played a pinhole and lost a pinhole, so we'll see if he's playing 3 pinholes. If he is, he's got me. Hedge fund. Okay. It's a draw. That's a draw. Guess it's definitely just hedge fund advance twice. Might play another pinhole based off the way he's drawing. Say. Transfer and Shesby, sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm at the mercy of this third pinhole. If I can draw a proprio, that would be nice, but no, we're just going to see 3 out of R&D here. Odds aren't good. This should be the game. Either way. Hermes transfer. 3. There's 4 agendas in there. The odds that I should have taken last game. Yeah, there it is. GG. There they all are. 2, 3. Oh, there's 5 agendas in there. Yeah, because this isn't an agenda. No. All 5 in deck. Yeah, you hit the 50-50 on that first one. I could have maybe jammed it that turn. It's also probably GG if the previous one's per prio. Yeah. Yeah, if the Fuji was per prio. Not getting the right draw order. Could have maybe jammed the per prio. Like the rest. Alrighty. 3 losses. Oh boy. Where's the pairings? Let's look at this replay. Because he had like, if Augustus had a pinhole, then that like other aggressive jam wouldn't have worked. No pinhole. Because here, like, we were looking at, right? Like, I drew the Bodo, and I was like, like, maybe we'll just play normally. But Petty Cash, install Humanoid, install Half Rune would have worked. And I would have been off to a better start. Yeah. Because it like, gets demolished by transfer pinhole. But like, yeah. Tough. Yeah. Yeah, it gets demolished by transfer pinhole. But I was thinking about it. And it's like another one of those moments where you can take this like huge risk play, especially right off the start of the game. And if it pays off, then you're doing really good. Right. What is this? If it pays off, you're doing really good. Because, yeah, that would have worked here. No boomerang. Like, we would have fired it off. No punish whatsoever. What did I Mando? Was it an agenda? Oh, it was. Okay, so we might have lost. We would have lost an agenda. Because he played 2 clean getaways, right? Yeah, so he would have dumped a clean getaway, but like maybe not on R&D. Like he probably would have like clean getaway archives and probably clean getaway HQ instead of R&D. But like that is like another way that this could have gone really badly is had I decided to do that. Like I could have decided to do that and then lost the send a message off the top and only had a half rune to res. Definitely done that before. There's 2 agendas on R&D, although he would have never ran R&D twice. And then we would have drawn another card here. So we would have whiffed on the operation as well. So it was kind of okay. In the end, the trade-off was kind of okay here. And then what? There was the turn. There was this turn. We could have scored the prio this turn. And I chose not to, and I got punished. He played well. Like this, he recognized the need to run HQ this turn. And he was able to do it. And I should have seen that he was able to do it with a boomerang. Or just installing Unity. Like, it was a pretty obvious run. But yeah, okay, so what does this line look like? We pop the Charlotte. install void, install proprio. Yeah, so this was probably just a misplay by me, actually. This was just a misplay. Like I was scared of Hermes. I was scared of like Hermes run R&D. Like I felt like the R&D run was coming, so I wanted to get more ice on there, but like we never were really gonna res that much stuff on R&D anyways. So it should have been like pop Charlotte, install. I'd be at 13, and then I can advance and I'd stay at 13. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, this turn was just actually just a lack of practice. Yeah, this turn was just a lack of practice. Because like in this deck, you have to overvalue the proprios. Like they're extremely important. And in my head, I was like, well, I want to get another trigger off the Charlotte first because like my money's not comfortable because I have like all these Vampies and Bodo installed and like I want to install this Cloud Eater. So like we don't really have money to res like any of that. We can res one. So okay, so we go pop Charlotte, go 13, install advance, we stay at 13. And we're set up to go advance, score, install humanoid, but he can go like just making runs is awkward. He's at $13, right? Or I'm at $13, so run an R&D I can res. Run somewhere else I can res. And then I'm like, my econ is kind of relying on this humanoid. Which is reliable, because the remote is decent. Oh, the issue with the remote was that there wasn't enough ice on the remote. Yeah, that was the problem. Yeah, we could just lose it here. If we pop Charlotte, that's what I was scared of. That's why we didn't. Right? Like, assume that this is just an agenda in the remote. He starts to turn at 17. Did he draw here? Stall open market. Yeah, so there could be a Unity in hand. And install Unity run is actually really bad for me. So that's why it didn't feel right. Because I need another ice. Yeah, we do need another ice. Because assume I have 5 cards in hand, right? Because I didn't play the petty cash. So he goes run, install Unity, run. So he's at 14, 1, 2, 3, 4. Goes down to 12, 11. I swap with Fly Swatter, and he runs back and pays another 5. And then pays another 5. And he can get in, right? 3, 16, it costs 5. So he can run 3 times, which is enough. And then we lose the proprio and we lose the void. Whereas here we would just lose the void. And then we could likely jam the proprio. Like he's probably not gonna run the void like this, right? And we've got the double pinhole. So like Unity pinhole archives run the remote is a risk. Yeah, maybe I'm just playing around too much. Like I'm a little too old school in that way. Because I feel like the modern game is so like fast paced and you just have to accept a pretty high amount of risk. Ah. All right. Well, we're 0-3. We're like definitely out. Um, I think I was out at 0-2, but we're definitely out at 0-3. I'm gonna keep playing. We're gonna stream. Get some games in. Yeah. So I'll be back. I'm gonna take a break. I don't know how much. 11:18. So yeah, the round's ending soon. So I'll be back. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. I'm gonna come back. What's happening? I think the round should have been over, but I think we're just waiting for the last table. I was thinking. So I mean, I'll. Was thinking the lat deck, like in that first game, like you like take the risk that it's white space. Like they was definitely wrong to not run the remote. But I was like being influenced by measured the whole game, right? So like, was there even measured? Let's go to the last. Let's go to all the way to the very end. There was 2 measureds. Okay, so then the turn where the basalt gets scored. Right, because this was like 2 Maskarovkas. Like it was so runnable. I go and draw, and I draw a Simulchip. So like, I could just installed Simulchip and ran, and there was 2 measureds. And we were also unlucky that there was a spin, but we whiffed the cataloger anyways. But like, draw Simulchip, right? So I could have installed Simulchip and ran the remote. And then I would have had to draw a card, and I wouldn't die to double measured. Because I wouldn't have 16 bucks. And we would have been okay. Then we would have run this game. But like, you know what I mean? Like, if I was the corp here, and it's like, well, we gotta jam this Basalt Spire behind 2 Maskarovkas. Like, man, like it's like such a, like, your opponent, it's like all up to your opponent if they have a Simulchip or another propeller or a way to get in. And if they do, they have to decide to make the run. And like, I guess you could say like, that's like, you've created, it's like, the ob deck, this ob deck especially, like this is like an ob deck that I'd probably look at if I was prepping for a tournament. But like, I feel like I would not enjoy it because there's just like so many moments where it's essentially that moment that I had against Augustus last round at the very start of the game, right? It's like, well, I could do this thing, but here's all, like, there's a bunch of things that could go really wrong. But if that doesn't happen, then I'm going to be, like, doing really well. And that's essentially this situation here. It's like, well, if my opponent runs here, and they end the turn with 4 cards in hand and 8 bucks, then I've lost. But if they don't run, then it's going to be really good for me. And, like, it's just, like, not deeper than that. Yeah. Like, the RH game was, like, I feel like in this game, I'm getting punished. Like, in this game, I feel like I lost because I wasn't willing to take risks. Like, I wasn't willing to take, like, I feel like in my head, there's a certain degree of risk that's acceptable based off of the board state, right? And, like, at the start of the game, I shouldn't have to take a risk like that. Unless my hand is, like, really bad, right? Which it's not. So, like, over my years of playing, I've kind of, like, built a risk tolerance. And it, like, I think my issue now is that risk tolerance is becoming wrong. Because it's like, it should actually be higher. and I'm playing with a lower risk tolerance than I should based off the card pool. I think that's the problem. What do y'all think, chat? Should I play should I play the next couple rounds like crazy? Like a crazy person? And just go super all out? Oh my gosh, what did I just do? Sorry. Hello. Okay. All right, let's do this. I don't know. I feel like it's funny because I haven't even been playing against Ayuko, but like I don't like how like swingy Ayuko is. This is a great hand because we have Coalescence spec work. Transfer is really good to have, and then creative's good. But I have been like complaining about the state of the current game. Oh gosh. And in my head, I'm just like, well, like there's a rotation, or not? There's not rotation. There's new cards coming soon. There's not a lot of tournaments, so like that's the part that I'm kind of like, is like it's fine. And I also have a card coming up in the next set that I'm really excited about. Draw Ice R&D credit. Okay, so we're gonna transfer. Really good for me. Trash Skunkworks. Yeah, that gives me a card draw. So now what are we going to do? We're going to go Coalescence, Spec Work, Draw. Can I clear this tag? Draw, Creative. No, we're not going to clear the tag. So... yeah. HB is a matchup where we can get away with not clearing the tags. These are the matchups that are fun for this deck because I've built the deck in a way where I don't need to clear the tags unless they have a card that makes me clear my tags. Man, I might just cup HQ. Did they mulligan? There's no way they mulligan and open like that, you know. So DZ cup run HQ draw seems like fine. We are going to draw last night, but this is information. So like something might happen here. Like I might find a card that makes me want to clear my tag. But I don't. So we're going to click our buttons slowly in case that's a spin doctor. We're just getting lat draw. We're just extracting value slowly but surely. We could see 3 here. That's crazy. They should have an agenda in hand. Do we? That is a little crazy. They didn't ice HQ. I think I don't mind that. Right? We saw a skunk. What's on the board? It's a wage? What is on the board? Start with a draw. Okay. Yeah, I have a click. Thank you, sure. Oh, that sucks. But not unexpected. Fully op, YDL, Nano, sure. I should get rid of this card in server 1. Okay. Could be Drafter. It's probably Humanoid. I think I'm okay to run through a Drafter. Let's just hit that. I could also install my Echelon. Yeah, what the hell. Now we can break a Drafter. It's probably Humanoid, so you have to get rid of this. And the thing is, like, this deck plays like Ablative Barrier, maybe, so we want to make early runs like this. And I'm just being aggressive, taking risks. My draw is going to be poor the next couple turns. It's a wage, we'll trash it. Sure. There's Anakin, okay. Would love to have a cup here still. IDL. It's not the right play order, but that's okay. Ooh. Transfer showing up a little late. The second copy, that is. Could be a code gate on HQ. Oh. Oh, what a draw. Oh my goodness. We are so good. We're not. We're 0-3. Results aren't everything. Results are not everything. I shouldn't have said that. That was in poor taste. Yeah. Oh my gosh. What just happened? Nano greasing. Used the tag. Got him. Oh my gosh, we just got wrecked. Should have cleared the tag, I guess. It's fine. They've got 4 bucks. They're gonna play YDL next turn. We're gonna play transfer, hopefully. We should be okay. Wow, DZ, hey? Just gotta keep drawing. Wow, I'm actually gonna install this? Am I? No, I think we're installing the cycle chip or the cataloger. I guess it's the cataloger. Weird game. Like, we've drawn a bunch of programs. Not actually a bunch, because there's a bunch of other programs we haven't drawn, but like, we've drawn Cup, drawn 3 propellers. We've just kind of been like playing through our hand. This is why I like Lat, is because like, if you draw in an awkward way, you can figure it out. Okay. Okay. This matchup just comes down to trashing the wage workers and like seeing 3 out of HQ at the right time with Cup, but mainly trashing wage workers. And my cataloger is baiting them into icing R&D, which is very good. Ooh, and we're not playing the YBL, which should be wrong. But like, I guess they're doing this because, like, man, they only get 1 fully off trigger though. Okay, give me my Code Breaker. That's not it. Oh, I should have played Campbell. I'm so bad. It's fine. We would have clicked to draw anyways. Man, I'm actually just going to do nothing. And like, if this is wage, this shouldn't be wage because they like installed a wage and iced it. The heck am I doing here? You just have a bunch of propellers. Am I spec working it? Wow. I could draw and throw out this DZMZ. That's probably what we're doing. So I don't think I have time for that, and I don't think it's worth it. So we're gonna draw. Guess we're gonna throw out an Anakin. Sucks. That sucks. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to spec work a propeller. Spec work a propeller should draw me either Unity or one of the 3 SMCs. Wow, another small fully op. It should draw me a... Yeah, their hand might be a little awkward. They found a card for the for server 2. I have to run that. Like, I have to just, like, trash propellers. Or propellers. Trash... I am trashing propellers. I have to trash wage workers. So I'm okay to overclock. I could also just, like... Hannah is technically more value. But if it's a code gate, that's going to suck. So I have to play it safe. Which means I have to overclock. We'll have to use the Hannah later. I should be okay. Like, what if we can, like, get rid of this? Like, I should come out of this with full control of the game. No res. Sure. Could get the Azimuth. No, we're gonna get the Unity. Yep. Okay. And I do need to start clearing the tags, so we're not going to play the transfer here. We'll probably play it start of next turn. I don't think I need the DZ. Although I could get the Azimuth. Nah, we don't need the Azimuth. So I think we're going to just draw. And pitch this. Let's get through our deck. We're doing well. We're going to have to get the Coalescence down and then Simulchip for Cup. That's probably this next turn. Second ice on HQ is good by them. And a second ice on the remote means that they're going to set up for something. We still don't care about server 1, I don't think. Because it shouldn't be a wage. But I could go and check it. What is server 1? It's risky to leave it. I could install Hannah and just run it. I could also install Coal and transfer. It's probably what I should do. I think that's what we're going to do. This is just much more active. We're going to get an Anacam trigger this way. And we might still Hannah the remote afterwards. They play Maskarovka. Which is not good news for me, because I threw out a propeller for no reason. I need to do this before I forget. I'll take that. Now I can Hannah and run the remote, or I could just clear a tag and credit. Or clear a tag and draw. Don't think we're in a rush. Yeah, we're not in a rush. So we'll just like cycle our cards, keep going. Like, because this card in server 1 should still be there next turn. Right. So now we can Hannah and check it. And it shouldn't get res. We can install Fermenter, play the creative, maybe install the Simul chip, continue to chill. Oh, it is a spin. Okay. Sure. We can keep our cards up. We can install Simul chip. Probably just keep our cards up. Let's keep drawing. Pinhole's good. And now we can just like check cards on the board for the rest of the game. Red level clearance, wage workers, and like some random other BS can lead to a score, but eventually we're gonna run HQ. But for now, do I need the Simul chip? Don't think so. But might as well install it, right? I don't know. No, we don't need the Simul chip. We'll just check it. Trash whatever it is. We don't want to play the overclock because we don't know that they're going to res stuff. So we're going to wait for them to res the stuff, and then like next time we check, we're going to overclock. We'll break with the propeller that we've already used. Hopefully it's not another barrier. It is. That sucks. But oh well. Take that. Spec work. Okay, I'm going to click for a credit instead of drawing here, because this spec work is going to draw us cards the next time we want to spend a click to draw. And we don't want to overdraw. Draw, install credit, sure. So what? We can use the rest of this propeller, or we can install Palangi. But if we install Palangi, we're going to lose the strength. So we actually just want to run it normally. We can overclock it. And then we're just going to use this propeller. Huh. Sure. Got one more Silent Chip in the deck. We could, of course, Pinhole now. It shouldn't be an agenda. Yeah, we'll just pinhole now. We're just protecting propeller counters. Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, we'll breach, but we can't access anything. There's the simul chip. We can now run R&D. Which I think I will. Okay, that's fine. Money's not an issue here. And we're making them spend, which means that like this C3 out of HQ is going to be really good next turn, because they're not really going to be able to defend stuff in a remote. Nothing. Okay. Okay, so we don't want you to have... We'll just give you... Gosh, we don't want you to have any of these cards. So the question is, do I C3 out of HQ this turn or next turn? It should be better next turn, because they will have played some cards, right? But like, greasing, spin, wow. YDL, skunk, like, we might give them the YDL. Maybe the skunk? I guess it's the skunk. I definitely see threat of HQ next turn. So let's go spin. Oh, I could run back and trash the spin. It's probably not a bad call. It's probably not a bad call. So I'm going to go... I don't want them to have the greasing, I think. So we'll go greasing, YDL, skunk, spin. Done. We're going to run back and trash the spin. And then we're going to spec work. And I'm going to have to discard a card. Meh. We could wait till next turn to spec work. Yeah, I do wait till next turn to spec. Because next turn we overclock here. And then spec work. And then run. Yeah. Okay, so we install this. Next turn we overclock server 2, because something's going to go in server 2. We overclock server 2. We Hana whatever else server has a card in it. Well, we probably spec work first. So it's like overclock, spec work, Hana, run HQ, C3. And then if somehow we haven't won, then we wait for Cataloger to reset. Oh wow, they drew. Okay. So they found the greasing and the YDL, and the Cataloger has reset. But C3 out of HQ here should win me the game. They have an efficient way of dumping their hand. Is there another overclock in the deck? There is. An Icing Archives. Okay. Okay, if I overclock, is that enough to trash Wage Workers? It is. So let's do that. Oh, should I have Hanna'd and then overclocked HQ? Yes. Unless I draw my other overclock. But this should cost me money. Oh, sure, that's fine. How patient are we? We'll be patient. No, not patient enough, right? We end the run. Yeah, we definitely end the run. And then we spec work. There's the overclock. Break. I should win here. No. Red level and nano. Okay, well, Luminal was a good steal. Guess I'm going for R&D next turn. Yeah, sure. There's no Spin Doctor. Could get ablative. That will get tricky. But oh well. We'll wait. Gamble's a good draw. Got one Simul Chip left to play with. We got one Palangi left to play with. Our odds should be totally fine. I could have like popped Hannah and ran R&D that turn, but like my odds should be the same because I should still get that run on R&D this turn, so there's no need to pop the Hannah. Second card of the remote. Do we run that? No. We could. We could later. We could later. Let's gamble run R&D first. We could run that later. I gotta remember to pop the Stone Ship before we access. The Drafter, sure. Charge a card. There it is. Is there something that can go wrong? Don't think there is. It's fine. I guess like technically I want to put this Ingaton. No, there's no Spin Doctor. I don't know what I'm thinking about here. It's fine. And I'm pretty sure there's nothing. And if there is something, then they can roll it back. GG? Yeah. It's not a game loss, right? Because it's like, all I did was like gave them information. I didn't get any information. So they could roll it back if there was something. Okay. Okay. Well, we're 1 and 3. There is a lunch break. I'm kind of wondering if I keep playing. More propellers than a cruise liner. PP. Yeah. Yeah, and it became a problem at the end of the game. Ugh. And I guess I'll keep playing, right? It's just like there's a lunch break. So we gotta wait a while. Yeah. How is the rest of the people doing? Okay. Yeah. Where was my round 1 opponent? Given to fly. 1. So they're 2-1. Yeah. Nah, but we're never making it with 3 losses. Don't think we were with 2. All right. Well, I think I'm gonna play it out. So I'm gonna what are we gonna do? We're gonna go on our lunch break. And we'll come back later. Yeah. Yeah, I was scared of lack of permanent barrier, of permanent frag, but I don't know if they could win. Yeah, that is like a risk in this lat deck, is that I'm only playing 3 propellers. But I found that that's good. Like it kind of gives you the speed that you need early in the game, because you don't have like a dead draw. Like imagine if like one of the propellers was a pressure spike, right? Like then you're just like not installing that and discarding it anyways. Um, and like if you put Rising Tide in the deck, it's actually eating up some influence, so you're gonna have to replace a different influence card. It ends up being not worth it, I think. But yeah, I've been enjoying this deck. Yeah. Yeah, get some accesses. Because like this matchup, meh. I thought it was just for the extra rigging up value. Oh, I don't think I've ever. Well, no, I have. I have rigging up to propeller before, but no, the rigging up has a ton of targets. Like the rigging ups for Anacam, like it's good with Anacam. It's good with Coalescence. Like it's just 4 credits. Rigging up becomes 4 credits with Coalescence, and then it's fair for the cataloger. Like the balance of this deck is really really good. At Worlds, I should have played this list where I was playing 1 direct access, 2 pinholes instead of the 3rd Anacam and the Fermenter. And then for today, I cut those for the 3rd Anacam and Fermenter. But didn't end up mattering because I haven't ran into a Leo yet, so the cuts have been good. Although the Fermenter... Has the Fermenter been used? Yeah, the Fermenter's been used. It's been used once. And finding the Anacams earlier is like much smoother. All right. I am going to take a break. I will see y'all in round 5. Yeah, I'll come back to it. Yeah. Okay, I'll put a timer up. Catch you later. Last game of the round. She's my only hope. This should be a straightforward conversion. The thing is, she has made plans for next weekend, and I was planning to play in the cut. So if she makes it and I don't, then that is going to be very unfortunate because I don't think she's going to play. But who knows? She might play because of the timing. The timing might work out. But let's get there first. It's looking good. It's looking very good. It's cool this tournament scheduler time in the round thing has been integrated into JNet. I like that a lot. And it gives you the link to report your match too. I don't know how many people are watching right now, but I just remembered that I woke up today to the greatest news, which is Manchester United beating Manchester City. And I need to go watch the highlights to that because it was at 4:30 a.m. my time. And I was like, I kind of was of the mind to wake up and watch it, but I ended up not waking up. But we're definitely... We're not... does that work? It does. Okay. She's drawn all her proprios. That's good. Oh yeah, I gotta figure out my password to this restream chat. What is going on here? Sorry. Okay, there's the conversion. I think she's only lost one game. So, still in it. Although, like, I think you need to go 7-1. Like, 6-1-1 might like just squeeze in. Like a top 5 cut is what we're doing, right? So, not very clear. Yeah, I can't log into my restream chat for some reason. So we're just gonna have to deal with this. Let's see here. Okay. Gonna head off now. I'm gonna keep the stream up, but I will be back for the next round. I'll keep plugging away at it. I mean, keep playing at it. Haven't been playing much, so we'll get some games in. I think if you're just joining me, we're 1-3. We lost our first 3 games. The first game, I think the third game against Augustus, there was nothing I could have done. That game was like a little bit of an awkward draw order. I probably played as best as I could. The first 2 games were very winnable. The first game, I didn't poke a remote on the first turn when I definitely should have. I got super punished for that. Don't know if there was anything else I could have done differently that game. I think it was just the opening. Like, I could have chosen to run when the agendas were there, but, like, that's Netrunner. And that's, like, the thing that happens with Ob. And then I think in this game, like, I was just a little unlucky on accesses. Because there's this 2-card access on R&D early. We had to shuffle 2 5/3s away as well. And then there was just this run here for 2 cards. And what is that? That's like a 2 out of 36. And there's 8 agendas. So that's like, what are those odds? Let's find out. 36, 8, cards drawn 2, it's 40%. So, yeah, like 40%, like you'll sometimes hit 1, so fair enough. And then there was this run on HQ, which like if I draw a Proprio, or like basically any 4-2, I probably would have jammed it here. But like, because it was send a message, I couldn't. And like, again, like I really can't jam this, right? Like, it's kind of the same situation as with Augustus, where it's like my remote is not that good, and I could aggressively jam this agenda, but like at least in Augustus's game that was Proprio, whereas like this game it's a send a message. But yeah, he comes in, runs HQ, hits the 60%. So he hit a 40%, they hit a 60%. And then I played a little too cautiously. On R&D here. I was like really thinking about protecting R&D. And we get to this. We get to like a final turn. Like we drew all the 3-pointers, but before the 2-pointers, which was really unlucky. And then like this last turn was completely on me, where the run on R&D comes, and I should have just let the access through, and I didn't. So then we lost the agenda on the remote, and like I should have seen that coming because he installed the Hannah, and there's a red team in this deck. He installed the Hannah, and then like that's like maybe a tell that a run on the remote is coming. Yeah. Because he essentially spent nothing, right? Whereas like if he runs R&D, he has to spend stuff. So he's essentially like spent a click and nothing to make me fire a void, and I was just like a little too loose on my ability to fire void. And we're just like running out of defensive tricks because we didn't find the proprios. Yeah, that's so bad. Oh, so bad. It's a really bad turn. I think I almost made it too. Because he had the Devil Charm, and then also like he got to the Empiricist and let it fire, which is also like I'm just like falling for something that I like definitely shouldn't have. So I totally deserve to lose this game. But like I thought that I could lock it down. But like Void plus Half Rune plus Bodo was just not it. Because that's just like so many cards in my hand I need to throw out. Yeah, had I not fired this Void, we would have been okay. In which case I would have had to keep the Proprio in hand, and then I would have only been able to fire Void twice. May have still been problems. There may have still been problems. Don't think so, though. I don't know. You'd have to run the math. Because the Bodo means I can't fire the Bodo. Oh, no, I can. I just have to throw the Proprio in the bin, which is totally fine, because there's another Bodo on our guys, which would kill him. Nah. Yeah, that was like a very, very poor game. And then the game against Augustus, like I could have taken higher risk lines, and I didn't, and we ended up losing. I think that game was okay. Okay. Came back to watch the last game, but we're gonna go have lunch. See y'all in the next round. Okay, we are back. Oh my gosh. I need to... Okay. Okay. We're back. I am gonna assume that this is the right place that I'm supposed to be. Haven't actually checked it myself. Looks like it is. See a question in the chat. I'm going to answer that before I look away. Do I think RH is better choice than Leo in the current moment of this meta? I do, because I think there's a lot more control in the RH than the Leo does. I think it's a lot more straightforward to tech into the Leo. Like, you're seeing some direct access. Like, maybe the fact that Leo has kind of fallen off means that it's good to play it again for that reason. But like the Leo, I don't know. Like the Leo's good. The Leo's good. The RH is trickier to play against because the face checks are a little bit meaner. The econ is a little bit more flexible. Like, it's the same reason I play Lat, right? Because the ID draws me cards and the RH ID gives me money. So like if you draw poorly, you can kind of like Ice HQ, Ice Archives, and kind of grind your way out of it. Is the idea, but like maybe I'm just wrong because it's clearly not working, and maybe Leo would actually have a better time. But like I haven't like played the like against the current. Like, it sounds like Leo has a hard time against Sable, which I find surprising. Like, Leo should be favored into Sable, but it sounds like it's not. Give me an econ card. That's kind of an econ card. Sure. Sure. This is fine. We're just gonna get lat draw, and then next time we're gonna open with overclock. We're gonna overclock for coalescence. It's not something I do too often, but like if we don't draw econ, that's what we gotta do. Could be trying to score here. This is where that direct access would have been real nice. We missed an access on R&D last turn. That's okay. Nice. We'll just draw the card. This seems okay. We can pop the stone chip if there's a spin doctor. Draw hedge. We need to be careful because this is like Glacier Wayland, and we don't like Glacier Wayland because my propeller situation. Credit Gamble draw gets me my cards, and it keeps the stone ship around. Do we want to keep the stone ship around? If I go to 5 cards, we can go Credit Gamble draw, play something. I think we just pop the stone ship. Sure. Am I gonna hold the creative? Yeah. They could jam here. Install advanced ice is pretty good. Because I have to get around the Earth Station ability and get into the remote ice. So the remote is essentially double iced. And then they could also be playing Seamless, of course. They take a credit, though, so that shouldn't be an agenda. Because otherwise, because they should just, like, ice it if it's an agenda. So that's interesting. Okay. So this is fine. If I have face down car down, can you please ask for action for? Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess that's technically bad because like I do see the card before. Like I do see the card, but like I have the stone ship down, so like I know that I'm always gonna pop the stone ship, but I guess you could say that you know, like I might not, based off the card I see. So, it is information. So I am being bad. I am being bad. Unity, sure. I mean, we'll just put our cards down. Nice draw. And we'll just take advantage of DZ. Installing Hannah is fine because we're gonna like transfer eventually, and then we'll pop the Hannah to clear the tag. So, installing Hannah is totally fine. We have all our breakers, so this SMC actually becomes something else. What does it become? We're just gonna thin our deck by a coalescence. Ugh. Yeah, I forgot again. Yeah, sorry. That's bad. I just like I'm trying to talk and I forget. What's happening here? Hedge fund, stall planogram. Sure. Okay. Where's this list? Yeah, there's nothing we're gonna search for. Yeah. Yes. Okay, so draw and then play 3 cards is still fine. We could contest this. Because what? This is like threatening Seamless. Advance score? I think it's okay. I'm okay. I'll let you show me the Seamless. Simulchip's a good draw, because that just means I can throw that on the board. Just throw Unity down, and then we'll hit that, and then we'll dust for action. Also, the fact that they're playing Spin Doctor in the first place, because they are Earth Station, so it's like the Spin Doctor is a little hard to use in Earth Station because you only have one remote. That's a thing. Third Ice HQ. All right. Ooh. Okay. Do I run that? This is like big bait to run, is it not? It's like massive bait to run. Huh. Like I'm being like massively baited here. Massively baited. What? What is that? Like it's clearinghouse? It's a 5/3? That's the story? Is that it's a 5/3? What is this? What is going on? I could pop SMC for Propeller. That gets me my 4th breaker, which is good for Winchester, and then we can play Transfer. 3, 4. The Fermentor's not quite there. I also just pay 6 credits and run the remote. What is happening? What is that? I have no idea. But I think we're getting a Propeller. Just because we got to pop the SMC. And I'm essentially paying $2 to thin the deck, which is maybe actually not worth it. Huh. Could get Palangi. No, I'll just get Propeller. Could get Coal. The question is if I'm going to run this. I think I am. No, we're not. This is like such a baity play. So we're just going to thin the deck with this Coalescence. Or Propeller. Let's get Propeller, just because it's a 4th breaker. And we're not going to have trouble finding it later. Okay. Install 2 cards. Pass. Seems fine. And then that can't be a Spin Doctor, so... There's Spec Work. Letting that card go. What are we doing here? We scored a 5-3? Holy crap, we are! What? What was that? Man, we're bad, aren't we? Wow, I should have ran that. That's crazy. We lost our Fermentor to it. Which I probably should simulchip back, but I think we needed it for the Propellers. Getting smacked in the face with that one. What the heck? Oh my gosh. And now my cards are going to be awkward. Man, we might drop after this one. Jesus. Yeah, I guess the play last turn was to not pop the SMC and to run after installing my echelon. Oh my god. What is going on? What is going on? Like, I'm clicking for 2 credits here and discarding the spec work. That's awful. And I will draw, because if we like have an awkward 6 cards, then we'll just play the transfer. Like, they're probably going to put a card in the remote this turn. I don't know if y'all can tell, but I am not happy. What the heck was that? I could have just ran that. They're doing nothing? Alright, I'll do nothing. I'm okay with that. Throw out the ritual. We're set up. Got all the silent chips out. There's 1 propeller left in the deck. And there's a cataloger left in the deck, along with our rigging up. And we have another stone ship. So, like, the R&D pressure is going to come, but we'll just wait. And I'm happy to cup something out of HQ and then C3 later. Because we do have the double transfer, so that'd be okay. Okay. They should expect me to run this remote, but I still will. This run should be cheap. And then Hannah on the remote should be cheap. Let's see. We're obviously scared of Logjam, like late in the game. But we've got the Palangi for it. But I should have 3 points right now. That's crazy. It's another Winchester. Yeah. This makes sense, that all the ice is HQ ice. Sure. I'm not going to be running HQ that many times. So, sure. I think we'll take it. Almost made a regular run. Wow. All right. Do I throw out the cup? Like, is it better for me that this Winchester's not on the cup? No, I think that's probably crazy, right? Or I could also just, like, actually just give up on the cup. And forget about seeing 3 out of HQ. It's also reasonable thinking. It's also reasonable. Yeah. Then we'll just throw the SMC on the board in case there's you know, another SDS that I access. It's probably just going to be a wasted click, but that's okay. I have a ton of money. If he does nothing, I'll click for 4. Oh. Want to pay $6 for a silent ship? I think I do. I do in this matchup. Click for 4 is fine. An HQ run costs me 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 credits. I get 6 of it back. Wow, they're just gonna click for credits with me? Sure. I think I'm okay with that. And if I can like make it so they can't res this logjam on R&D when I run, that would be ideal. But at the rate that I'm playing at, that's not going to happen, but that's okay. I think that would be like a dream. Here's the Earth Station flip. Okay. Put a card in there and I'll play the transfer. No. Okay. Azamat's a dead card. Maybe we need to be worried about measured. But like this HQ run's only gonna cost me $3. Whoa. Okay. So we're actually gonna end up having to SMC for this Palangi. But oh well. Azamat can go. I'll draw. I'm gonna find a spec work. So we are gonna SMC for the Palangi here, it seems. Another ice. The buddy's not doing very good. Thing is, I can also like just spec work the SMC, and I'll probably get the Palangi anyways. Wow. Okay. Shoot. So now I need to throw out the spec work. How patient do we want to be? Because I can SMC for Palangi and then run R&D. But no, I think I want them to jam and then me to run the remote. And then the R&D run becomes free. The problem is just the cards in hand situation. There's a DZMZ left. There's a creative left. If I play the spec work, is it really bad? Probably means I'm gonna have to show the cataloger. Shoot. Wow. Yeah, okay. Let's just play this. We didn't draw the rigging up, of course. I do need that. So I'm going to throw out an overclock to hide the cataloger. Overclock is $4, but rigging up is $2. Is also a cataloger counter. So the question is, do we install the cataloger, or do I take a credit and pitch the overclock? I'm going to pitch the overclock. And we are going to draw, because the only card that's relevant in the deck now is the rigging up. Because creative we can just play. SMC we can discard. Or no, SMC is already gone. So there's creative. Wow. All right. Do I rigging up cataloger right now? What else is in the deck? No, we'll wait. I don't... It's costing them money. And, like, I have the stone ships to charge propeller. Like, it's very not clear for them. This creative is going to kill me. Do I cataloger now? I'm gonna tip them off. That's okay. Yeah, of course. Because if we played it last click, we would have drawn that, and then like it would have been a problem. So this is fine. DRM measured, that's really good to know. And then we're gonna rigging up this. Hopefully they won't think about it too much. But it is a threat to them. Hedge fund and another ice on R&D is a problem. Huh. Their patience has actually made me show my hand a lot more than I would have liked. Okay, that works out nicely. So, transfer. Right? The turn is transfer. Install Palangi. Hannah. And then I can pinhole later. I can also pinhole now. But I kind of want them to like spend money so they can't res this ice on RD. 6. Yeah. And we're also going to Hannah run. And we're going to pop the Hannah to clear the tag. So we have a lot of clicks this turn. Okay, do we want a cup? Don't think so. I guess we did. And we can install this. Then we can run here. They have seamless, so this should be an agenda. Pharos. Okay. So 5, 6, 7, 8. So the best is double Pharos. So we're gonna make this a code gate. We're gonna break with Unity. Don't know if the tag matters, but we'll break it. Nice. I don't think we're going to aggressively simulchip here, so we'll just charge propeller. And now the R&D run is free. It's exactly what we were trying to set up to do. So I showed my hand, but they may not have had the tools to adapt to that. Nice. KPI is good. Anthill is good. Planogram. Okay, we pop the Hannah. We'll run R&D. Nice. Yeah, good game. Yeah. Okay. Played well that one. Yeah, I feel bad about that because they like told me and then I forgot again. Whereas like I should have been doing that in the first place. So okay. Yeah, dropping. Fair enough. I might drop 2. Let's see. Okay, looks like we're still gonna keep going. There's like I've been trying to play some soccer since coming to Abbotsford, and it hasn't really worked out. And there's been a group that I found that plays. During the break, I watched the highlights to Man U beat Man City. That was very nice. Very, very nice. Ah, man. Let's look at the standings. Got 3 players at 4-0. I think Dabs won again. and Bullfinch won again. So we got 3 players at 5. We got 2 players at 5-0. But the thing is, they're still gonna have to play. Like I think 6 wins and 2 losses is not gonna make it. Like I think it's 6-1-1. So they're probably gonna have to get another win. Yeah. But we'll keep playing. Looks like there's still a couple games finishing up. I think that JNet was having some problems, so it might have caused some delays in this round. But we're gonna keep the stream running. I'm gonna play it out as much as I can until maybe soccer plans find their way to me. All right, I'll see y'all in the next round. Okay, let's keep going. Hasn't been our day, but I'm gonna keep going at it. Here to play the tournament, so we'll play it out. There are some nice white spaces that I just remembered during the last break here that I actually like quite a bit. Like, I'm a big fan. Okay, I should probably ping my opponent. There are some very nice white spaces. Let me see if I can pull them up. CBI. Right, so it's like... See, so the top cut, you got the personal playmat, which is personalized playmat, which is quite nice. But it's good to get like different players out there for that, because I have one from distributed tracing. Everybody will receive the Sudden Commandment, and then top half of their selected Swiss group receive a full playset of the white spaces. And like, I'm a big fan of full art cards as prizes, because I feel like alt arts, I have to I don't know, I have to kind of like it. But full art's always cool. Okay, let's do this. Another Sable. Another Sable. If we keep this hand, it's just going to be Petty Cash, Ice HQ. I think it's playable with the Spin Doctor, the second Petty Cash, and the Charlotte, so we're going to play it. Now, I could take this line that I was thinking about against Augustus, but now it's like so much worse because there's no... Like, I'm just like completely blown out by transfer, so we're not going to do that. And we'll hit the draw button. Tatu is good. Do we think they're going to run? Yeah. Okay, I guess it's Tatu. I thought it was going to be Bodo, but like, if it's Tatu, then we can play the Petty Cash afterwards. And that's like a pretty big deal. They hit the Archives mark. They hit the Leech. It's a really good start for them. Get the value R&D run with the Leech counter. They get rewarded for it too. That is a big, big oof. And we are off to the behind from the start races. Find a brand though. That's interesting. I think I prefer Bodo. So let's do that. We could put the brand on R&D. Maybe I will. Yeah, we will. I wasn't going to. I was just going to hold it in hand, but guess we will. We play around more stuff if we like keep the brand up, but like, yeah. Because if we keep the brand, we can swap it onto HQ. Long term, you probably want it on HQ. We might still lose this remote. They roll Archives, which is really, really good for them. Got the Leech counter, got the Carpe Diem, tons of value. They play Sankan Seal. That's very good information. So they probably like... It's also a 50-card deck, right? We saw that at the start of the game. So there's going to be some jailbreaks and stuff in here. They got the Pinhole, which sucks. They're getting so many Leech counters. Man. Mick is good. Jeez. All right. That's what we got to do. If we get Boomerang transferred, then we can't res the Bodo. And we just get completely wrecked. But such is life. This has been an awful start for me. I think that's okay. Could res it. Do I res it? Sure. It gives them info about the tattoo, but it denies them a credit, a leech, and a click. That's quite a bit that I'm trading just for info. And the 2 credits is not relevant for me this turn. I think they're going to poke the remote. They're kind of shaping up to do it. If they poke the remote and then pinhole me, I might be in trouble. But hopefully we can, like, draw another ice, put that on HQ, get a Lacosta in the remote. Wow. Okay. Heavy punish by having no ice, but alright. Of course they hit the relevant 50-50. That sucks. Would have wanted that. But it's costing them $2, so maybe that's okay. And they also played an Estabrado for it, so, like, I'm not super unhappy about that one. But Costa could have been better for me. Adrian, we've got the humanoid to follow up. The question is, do I play the petty cash or do I look to discard it? I should get another ice on HQ. Huh. Oh. Okay. Good draw. They're still going to try to run this remote, I think. They play Estabrado. So I'm a little scared. But, like, it was like, that was a good exchange for me, playing the Estabrado and trashing the spin. They're going to run here. That makes sense. I'm going to res a Bodo. Going to throw out the petty cash. That's why we didn't play it last turn. They lost Hermes and Clean Getaway. Okay. The Clean Getaway is probably not going to end up doing too much. As well, they already have another one as well, and it is free runs here, but at least they don't have a Hermes. Hopefully they don't have a pinhole. And I can purge here. Oh wow. Never mind. Shouldn't have said that. Should not have said that. Wow. Super unlucky. Fly swatter is something we want to see, though. So that can go on HQ. This can go in server 1. And we're going to draw last click. It's fine. It doesn't impact our turn. So my turn would have been draw, install anyways, regardless of what I drew. Even if I drew Charlotte, I would still want the humanoid first. So technically, this turn was not suboptimal. Semantically, it is. But in practice, it was not. Because that's what I would have done. They lost the transfer. Fine. Another fly swatter. Okay. So this leech is going to get schmacked. No operation sucks a lot. Sucks a lot. I mean, I could just fly swatter remote and just like jam this proprio, right? Oh no, they have a Senkan seal. They can't break Bodo. Eh. We'll put it up. It's kind of a bluff. It's kind of a bluff. But like I kind of have to extract value out of this Lacosta grid. And we can't have like too many judges just sitting around. So this seems okay. Let's res. So what are we doing here? I can play the petty cash, score. But no, I just install the void, I think. Install void, credit. Yeah. Skull Adrian credit. It's gotta be void. Okay. They're still gonna set up. That makes sense. They shouldn't be in a position to aggressively run, but sometimes their cards line up that way. Druid Empiricist. So I definitely want to score this out. So let's just do that. And we let that cook in there. And then next turn we're gonna ice R&D with this Empiricist. I probably just have too much ice in hand now. But our HQ is weak. We're probably gonna need another big ice on the remote, so it's actually not true that I have too much ice in hand. I just need a bit more money. And it looks like we're actually gonna put the Cloud Eater on R&D. Ooh, a Hanse review. So I can run the risk of an HQ run by going Hanse, Ice R&D, and then I have 3 cards in my hand. But they don't have multi-access. Yeah, so we play this. We Hanse. The Mick. We put this on R&D. And we advance. And I don't think I've overextended because we do have 1 trigger of void and we got the proprio counter. And this is the first proprio we've scored today, which is crazy to say. It's completely nuts to say that we've played. This is like, what, our 3rd or 4th game with this deck? And this is the first proprio we've scored today. Insane statement. Reza Bran. I think I do. I think I'll just install Empiricist. But also, there's the Mick. Tough call. It is money. I think it's just the Empiricist. It's $1 thinking. I'm gonna be at $6, right? We go advanced events, score, install. Puts me at $4. $4 is not a lot of bucks. We probably just don't install. Yeah, we actually just don't install. Because I want to keep this card in hand, and we want, like the third ice on R&D is actually just redundant, probably. Because we're going to res this Cloud Eater. Oh. Should have installed the Mick on Archives. I could also res this. No, that's crazy. Won't do that. Sure. I could res the Mick. Do we want to do that? I'm definitely installing the other send a message because HQ is weak as heck. Maybe I do want to res the Mick. And we just forget about this Cloud Eater because I don't really have the money. Yeah, I'm gonna res the Mick. I was gonna res the Cloud Eater, but like the Mick is actually relevant because like this Proprio is gonna hit them there. And if they run R&D and see one card and steal, that's okay. Like for this turn, right? And then I'm gonna threaten game next turn, so we can use the Proprio counter on the R&D run next turn. And making them deal with Bran, Mick, and then Bran is, I guess, not as good as making them deal with Cloud Eater, Bran, Cloud Eater, Bran. But it keeps me flexible for the remote. That's a tight call. But, like, let's not over-focus on trying to protect every percentage, because that's what lost me the game in round 2. So that's what lost me the game in round 2, is I was just like trying to protect every single out that the court runner has. But if they top deck 2 agendas off the top of R&D with no Hermes, we're gonna lose, right? Like, let's just focus on winning this game, and there's 4 in 25 in R&D, and if they get it, they get it. So for that reason, we're going to res the Mick so that it actually just strengthens our remote. They've already played 2 pinholes, so we probably don't have to play around pinhole Acosta. So I do actually just have 3 full clicks that I can take next turn. Estebrado on HQ. Yep. I think I'm happy to fly swatter them here just to hit it. Oh, and it also makes them spend a click to get into HQ, so yeah. And I guess it's Empiricus. Maybe it's Vampy. I don't know. Don't think it matters. Vampy protects R&D. Well, Empiricus is just better wherever. So let's put Vampy here, and we'll put Empiricist on R&D. Econ operation? Agenda? Oh, really? Okay. Wow. So is it Tatu R&D, credit? That puts me at 8. So then I go res Tatu. If I overwrite the Cloudier, it puts me at 8. So then I res Tatu, we gain 4, which lets me res Empiricist. And win. But we gotta think about this remote, right? They can run here, get bounced, run again, get voided. I think they just can't deal with Brand twice. Let's just play super safe. So that's draw and put the Adrian on R&D and take a credit. That's just hyper safe, because if I put the Tatu on R&D and go credit, that lets me res Tatu, res Empiricist after Proprio counter, but that means I only have 3 cards in my hand. So I can't trigger the Void twice. Maybe I'll need to. I don't think I need to, but that's what I said when I played against Wentagon in round 2. So let's just take the simple line, which is Adrian, and worst comes to worst, it comes down to a side game. But keep in mind, like, we're talking like they need to win a side game and then steal 2 out of the 3 agendas in R&D on a 2-card access. Oh yeah, there's also transfer. Yeah. Did I forget about that? Yeah, I kind of did. Mag Electric. So what's the threat here? Oh, it's Mark on HQ too. Thinking. So what's the threat here? They're going to de-res the Bodo and make me lose $3. And they're going to have 2 clicks, which is actually enough. So I have to Proprio this, and if they have another transfer, then I'm kind of hooped. But they don't have another transfer, so all is good. Right? Should have thought about transfer. I don't think there was anything I could have done about transfer, though. If anything, I took the right line. Because the Tatu line might have screwed me. Not with this current setup that they've done, but the Tatu line could have screwed me had they had a different set of cards in hand, maybe. That'll require some thinking that I don't want to do right now. Gonna be a little lazy. Okay. And then I just void them out, and that's GG. Okay. Pick it. There is an agenda on top. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Was there 2 agendas on top? No. No, there wasn't. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 agendas. Top half of the deck. Had to play out of it. But the key was we drew the proprios this time. Whereas, like, I think in the other games, we just, like, drew the 5-3s in first. Which is no excuse for my poor play. But had I drawn better, I wouldn't have been in the position for me to make a misplay, you know? All right, I was typing a bunch of stuff, then they left. It's okay. All right. Are we even now? Round 6. We're back up to 3-3. Maybe we can finish the tournament at 5-3. That would be the goal. Yeah. Let's see what has happened. Bullfinch, 6-0. Chris is finding another win. I think Chris has got 2 losses, so it's going to be tough for him to make it. Like, I think 2 losses is just out. I think it is. I think you do need 6-1-1 to be totally safe. Maybe there's one that sneaks in there, though. Oh, and I need to report. Sure. All right. Yeah. By the way, if y'all are watching during this time and you want to, if you have questions about things that are going on, it's been like a hard time at work lately. For lots of reasons. It's just like a lot of learning, doing new things, and there's like some jeopardy involved because of law. Yeah. So, and then like just been like super sick, and I think work is contributing to it. Been doing some coaching. Been doing some coaching, like not too much, but I feel like it's a good amount for me to kind of do whenever I can, because again, like work end up taking a lot of my time these days. But I mentioned this before. I'm just like looking forward to the next set. The next set's gonna have a card of mine that I really like, and hopefully we'll shake things up a little bit, because kind of not really enjoying the meta that's going on right now. And there's not even like Epiphany here at all, is there? Epiphany's also one of the decks. It's like I can like systematically take it apart as Let, but the fact that like the Epiphany deck is good is also just like a tell of the issue. Because I don't think the Epiphany deck should be good, but people are getting results with it. It seems like Ob is the deck that's picking up a lot. There is 8 Ayukos. And then I hit one of the Earth stations, and there's 5 Leos. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I also like I don't expect myself to just like stream that often or at all here. Like I'll stream an event, but the motivation to stream is that has generally not been there. But if you're interested in doing stuff, you can hit me up for coaching. That's something that I've been doing. It, if anything, is like a reason for me to kind of stay on top of what's going on in the meta and pay attention to what is doing well. Speaking of what's doing well, there's 3 AUCOs at the top 3. Um, Another one of those, like AUCO is like very much one of those decks where you're like threatening a whole bunch, but you're actually kind of very vulnerable at certain points. But like the runner just can't respect. Like there's no like good play to deal with all of those threats. Um, so it ends up becoming like a roll of a dice in some respects, in terms of like what you respect and what you don't. Sometimes it's interesting, but most of the time I despise playing as and against AUCO. Bunch of people at 12. But there you got it. Yeah, just 3 AUCOs at the top. Oh man, like the numbers on AUCO is just too good, and that needs to. And like they never banned Regenesis, which I'm kind of disappointed about. Mm-hmm. I think we finished pretty early, right? Yeah, got like 10 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna step away, and yeah, we'll see y'all in the next round. All right. Oh, my nose and my head is killing me still, but got 2 more rounds to go. I understand round is paired. We've got Eric playing Precision Design. Maybe it's not pronounced Eric. But close enough. We've got at the top Bullfinch at 18. Couple people at 15. It's going to be tight. Fa lost last round, sitting right up with Ice Cream College. Both of them at 2 losses, so I don't think she's going to make it in, even with 2 wins. So I think it's just down to the last 7 players right here, mainly. And then maybe Plural or Passive Malt can sneak in with 2 wins. But I don't think so. I think it's next round, it's this coming round, and then it's an ID. And that should be the top 5. But let's focus up on my own game. Got a 44 card PD deck. I guess I'm not in Vancouver. I'm in Abbotsford. What's going on here? Need to mute this. I feel like I'm getting some noise. I think we're okay. Okay. What's the timer situation? Don't know. Not quite there yet, but we can mulligan. And mulligan is what we will do. You don't want to see 2 simul-chips early. This hand is really bad as well. But like simul-chip just ends up just like chunking away at your money. Like we had like 2 simul-chips. What was the hand? 2 simul-chips, a creative, an SMC, and a stone chip. Like that hand is fine actually. Like it's better than this hand, but we can do better. So I think it's correct to mulligan it. We just getting the worst end of the draw here. Because the only good card in the hand is creative. Like SMC is fine, stone chip is fine, and the 2 simul chips is like bad / maybe okay. So our opening turn ends up being quite slow, but the creative is going to keep my money up, whereas here we're just going to be slow and we're not going to have money. So not good. Not good. All right. No ice on HQ. They went draw, install. So we want to poke that. We want to find a transfer. That's not a transfer, but we can open next turn with that. So let's poke server 1, because we're supposed to face check against anybody that's not HB, against anybody that's not Jinteki and NBN, and we get max punished for it, for the white space that we didn't run into last time. So FML, and yeah, there we go. Should wait a little bit to ask if they want to pop spin, but it's fine. They did mulligan. I do remember that. So maybe we should have ran HQ. Maybe we should have ran it all. We're going to play this ritual. Hopefully we'll draw some Coalescence. There's lots of bounce back cards here. Mainly off the back of Coalescence. I do really want to pinhole that. This all sucks. Give me transfer. Wow. Really? That's so bad. What the heck? Really? Like, I can't even credit Unity overclock. What the heck is that? Wow. Well, I mean, like, I guess I'm discarding Anacam. I'm discarding Unity. Because we'll bring it back and use it to break the white space. And that's the turn? Jesus Christ. We're going to wait. And we're going to draw. And we find another program. Holy crap. Propeller spec work is just bad. Maybe that's what we got to do. No, I'm just like draw, take a credit, install 2 1-costers if we don't find a freaking coalescence or creative. God awful. There we go. And the PD is going to deny us our lat draw, which is an extra kick in the nuts, and that's a score, of course. They're taking my bad start and aggressively scoring, which is what they should do, but like that's hella aggressive. We're getting max punished for this. It's so bad. Jesus. Like, what do I do here? We just start running HQ? What is that? Okay. That's the card that they picked up with fucking PD. I'm running again. Sure. Super tilting. Okay. Well, we saw ablative, so we could run server 3 and hope it's ablative. It's not unreasonable. The thing is, we can get all our breakers out here. It's just money. And they're definitely threatening a score somehow. Question is just how. Two transfers left. Could find that by playing the spec work on this propeller. Thing is, the second we spec work this propeller, like now we can't break the ablative barrier. I don't know what to do. Like, spec work gets me into server 1 after my simul chip. I can poke server 3. The problem is, like, we can just get drafted. It is an agenda, though, isn't it? Should be an agenda. Should be an agenda. Okay, let's poke it. Get punished for drafter. But we're going to take a risk. There we go. That's fine. I can fire. Install a card. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. So now I get lat draw, and we get transfer. Hell yeah. Could get greasing here. There it is. So I guess we clear. Do we simulchip? Don't want to. But I am going to have to eventually, so let's just do it now. Just in case. Because I can theoretically now install Propeller, install Echelon, run wherever I want. Whereas before I couldn't. So, guess we'll pop the Simulship now. Turning up Nico campaign. You're going to 4 advance a 5-3? Okay. It's like, no way. Of course it was an off-road, though. Could have gotten in. Chose not to. Add a face down, and then ice the cohort. I have to trash that. Which I will. Oh. No, it's freaking ablative barrier. No, it's fine. Let's just make them use it. It's fine. This is ablative, and they're going to put another cohort in server 3, and it's just going to end up costing me money. But I get to play this creative after, and it makes them use it now, which is, I think I'm okay with that. And our draw is crappy because we lost the Anacam due to hand size. We've been missing some lat draws due to PD. And now that we've kind of come out of this bad draw, we've now got no draw. We're like on the brink of losing here. They're like so close to just scoring out of hand. Then Ice HQ. Ice R&D. Huh. So I like... What? Give me cup. I try again. Okay, if I hit something, then I'll draw. Of course. Of course, we hit that card. Nah, screw it. If we lose, we lose. We, like, 100% should lose here. But, like, what are you going to do? I'm not playing a... Like, I'm playing a control deck that drew really poorly at the start. So, like, I've lost all my ability to play control. So, yeah. Yeah, and it was just in hand. There's nothing we can do about that. I'm gonna look at that. I'll look at that replay. At a 1 in 6. We'll take it. That's the game. Let's look at this replay. So they go install, and it was the white space. So, and I run myself into the white space, losing $3 at the start of the game. But, like, that sucks. Like, that was, I guess that was, like, my Anacam. Right? Running into the white space was the Anacam, but, like, you gotta make that run. It was, like, the same reasoning as from the Ob in round 1. And we hit a white space. And then they, like, have a bunch of agendas. They install the wage workers. I go and trash the cohort, which gives them the server for the agenda, which works out well for them. They install and they get money. I could contest this here, but it'd be hella aggressive for me to do that. So I don't. They even have Lamplighter, which is even more, like, face-checky. Like, basically, like, it seems like I played against an early game, like, punish deck. And my early game happened to be bad. That's why I got rolled here. There's so many agendas in hand. Oh my gosh. I ran HQ and hit fully up. And then I ran back and I hit a Blade of Bear. There was 2 and 6 in HQ and I missed. So not only did I not steal an agenda, but I also didn't get lat draw this turn. I could have stolen this off-world. But again, it's tough for me to choose to do that. It cost me a bunch. Like, I'd have to bounce and then essentially go, like, spec work propeller overclock, or just spec work overclock does it. Tough for me to justify that. We find the transfer. We miss the 1 in 5 on this send a message. There's a naked cohort that I also could have run. So we just, like, giving them tempo back and forth for no reason. This turn was bad, maybe. But no, I still think that this was the right play. Like, because my hand is like, I'm not doing anything with this hand. And Cataloger is not it. Because I'm, like, digging out of R&D when the threat is the board and HQ. So Cataloger is not it. Hannah ends up getting used here. And then, like, I could have done nothing. And that would have essentially just saved me a couple credits because I still got my cards on the board. We still played our cards. So essentially I spent $3 for you could say just to make them resin ablative because they still keep the cohort, which we knew about obviously. And then did they not just have game right here? 4, 8. 4, 8. Yeah, they absolutely have game here. So we could have lost on, what is that? That's turn 7. We should have lost on turn 7. We got another chance. Because this is what? This takes 13 credits to score. 2 nanos plus wage workers is good enough. You also get another click to play an operation. And then like that operation can be fully op. And then like greasing is free credits, red level's free credits. So like this is like that's an insane draw. Oh wow, and they had a off-world in hand too? Jesus. I ran HQ and I hit nano. And then I could have ran back, but I was like, I was thinking to myself that I'd run twice, right? I don't remember if I said that on stream or not, but that's what I was said in my head. That I ran on click 3, and if I miss, we're gonna run back. And if we hit something, then we're gonna draw last click and get a lat draw. But if we miss, then I was gonna run back. So. And for some reason, I didn't follow through with that plan. If we hit the send a message, we have a chance. That's fine. These games happen. This is a game where it's like, yeah, this is reminds you that you're playing a card game. Yeah, the ice on R&D too. Man. Never punished. Regardless of the bad draws, what do you think about this matchup in general? I feel like it's difficult for Control Ad to catch up with the tempo if we don't single access an agenda early. So I guess like what matchup are we talking about? Because this is not typical of this PD deck, right? Usually this PD deck doesn't play Whitespace and Lamplighter. And it also usually doesn't play Cohort. So like this PD deck is built to like really try to go aggressive early. And like, cause like Cohort is a bad card the later you go in the game. And so is Lamplighter and Whitespace. So, and even like a Blade of Barrier kind of shows that like we're kind of building more a corp deck that's kind of trying to get like aggressive early on, and then like the ablative barrier ends up being like a good trick card that's usually active because we've been rushing. Typically, this PD deck with the wage workers and operations relies on wage workers a lot, and like I mean, even in the game that we saw that we just played, they do still rely on wage workers a lot. Cohort ends up being a little bit of like protection against wage because you can score with Cohort and agenda, but like most of the time this matchup is quite good, and like I feel very comfortable playing it because you usually know their threats. Like their threats are usually quite obvious because you have to, for them to score an agenda, right? There's one luminal in the deck. Aside from the luminal, they have to, and we're assuming they're playing Midnight 3, maybe they're not. But they have to have another card on the board unless they're going to nano it out, right? So if they install an agenda on the board, they have to have a wage or a cohort. And the plays become very telegraphed, which is like threatening if you're able to push out aggressively early and the runner can't keep up. So for me, the question is just like, can your runner have a good early game? And like in this game, I didn't have a good early game, but like in most games I do. And it's usually pretty easy to kind of figure out. And like Lad also has you can also like find Cup and pick out some cards out of HQ or like C3 out of HQ. Because usually you'll get into situations where you can kind of run most remotes, and then agendas kind of build up in hand. But like in this game, like they were able to go super aggressive on remotes, so the agendas just kind of kept flowing out and into the score area. So that didn't really, like, the game didn't really go long enough for that to happen here. What else do I have to say about it? I think that's about it. Sometimes you can get the Azamat out. If this was an open deck list, then I would get the Azamat out. Not in this draw, obviously, but like the Azamat sometimes is relevant in this matchup and sometimes it's not, depending on how the PD deck is built. Sometimes the PD decks will only play Wage Workers, and there's like, they otherwise kind of like protect centrals a lot more. Whereas like, and it's kind of like indicative of the player. Like usually if you're more like a risk averse player like me, you'll play just Wage Workers and maybe you'll play Nico. But like you definitely wouldn't see Cohort in the deck, because it's like, because Cohort is like a very, it's like fine, but it's not like it's costing you influence, it's cheap to trash. Like it really has to, like, it's only good when you like get on the board and it's like doing exactly what the text on the card is trying to do. Like if your opponent is trashing it, it's really bad. Whereas like, you know, as compared to Wage Workers, it costs 4 to trash, so you can kind of make plays with that, with the fact that it costs to trash. And then like Nico Campaign just gets you more money than Cohort does. So I'm just saying, like, the value in Cohort is like very marginal. So it ends up only mattering if you're in a board state like this, where you're like able to aggressively push out because the runner wasn't able to keep up with your aggression early. I guess I'm talking about pure fast advance decks. This PD could have just scored from hand, but didn't in this game. Yeah, I mean, you definitely can struggle against like pure fast advance decks. Like Twinning is definitely like a card that doesn't get replaced by any other card. So you probably prefer to play a deck with Twinning if you're up against a deck that you just need to like, you just have to hammer centrals. One thing I'll say though is like this PD relies on Wage Workers. Like there's like an over reliance on Wage Workers in this PD build. Like not like this build in general, but also like this specific deck, and also this build in general, where it's like, you know, there was like that list that Pinsel and Losky played in the summer, where they have like, you know, and you've seen like a lot of write-ups like this, where it's like, well, like here's like all the busted crazy plays you can do if you have a Wage Workers on the board. So then it just becomes like, okay, if I can trash your Wage Workers, then you're actually never scoring your 5/3. Like the only way you score your 5/3 with no Wage Workers on the board is you have to have like 5 or 6 cards in your hand. You have to have like exactly this combo with a Wage Workers in hand. Like you don't have to have the greasing, but like red level to install Wage, nano, and then install 5 advanced, send a message, right? And like you just have to like disrupt that, or like hope that you don't get unlucky, because like they have to have the perfect 5 cards in hand. So typically the issue with this PD deck is like, it's actually not a pure fast advance deck, because for you to get your 5/3, you have to have a Wage on the board. So you actually end up having a lot of time, because they either, if you deny their Wage Workers, they have to score 4 times. So it gives you more time to like, it gives you more time to set up your board and like make the higher impact runs. Like again, obviously you'd rather have Twinning, because Twinning gives you more accesses, HQ and R&D. But in this deck, I've found that with Cup, taking cards out of hand and being able to access 3, and then like Cataloger is like sometimes awkward, but it gets the job done. It is only a 1 of. It's definitely like can get shaky, and it does come down to accesses, and your accesses are not as good as if you were playing a twinning deck. But like there's a lot of like I guess like the reasons that I play Lat is not for that matchup. Is generally more for the draw flexibility, of like being able to play out of a bad hand. You have more tech to deal with things. You have like more, like your breakers are usually more flexible. Your simul chips give you more flexibility also with Palangi, and then also the Anacam synergy gives you some damage insulation. So basically like all of the reasons that I just gave you are like defensive reasons. You know what I mean? They're not like aggressive attacking reasons. And they're more like, this deck covers me in more situations. Which might be the reason why I'm not doing well, is because my mentality is my mentality is like try to play around things and like deal with all the threats, because like my perception of risk is maybe off, compared to what it should be. Something I'll need to work on. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't draw that conclusion quite yet, because some of the games that I've lost today have just been due to my own mistake. This game, there's nothing I could have done, but the first and second game, I definitely could have won, and then I guess like I would still have lost twice. But maybe the game against Augustus, I could have jammed more aggressively. But then it becomes a little anticlimactic, because sometimes you'll just like take a risk and then it becomes like this game defining risk and you just get blown out. The comfort zone of playing Shaper, I totally understand. Yeah. It's like, it's mainly the Anacam. Like there's like there's just like damage permutations that become difficult to play when you're not playing Anacam and Stoneship. Like there's like a lot of cheesy stuff, like Ayuko stuff, like and I can't even like. There's just a million things that Ayuko can do to you that just like does damage, and for tempo too. And then you have As If and Measured Response. I guess that's mainly it, but you see those cards everywhere. So the fact that Anacam plus Stoneship in a 5-card hand is 8 HP is something that no other deck can do. Like in Anarch, you need to have 4, like you need to have 2 Steel Skins. But Anarch decks usually end up needing Steel Skins to draw. Whereas this is like a card that helps me draw and is damage protection. So like, in my mind, there's just a lot of value there. But yeah, like this game was not good. But like we drew like very much the low end of the curve. Cause like Hannah, Unity, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, maybe sometimes we want to see Pinhole. 6, 7. Like we drew 2 simul chips. All 5 of our icebreakers the cataloger that we don't want to see early. So that's like a ton of dead cards that are not dead because we want them on the board and we don't want to throw them out. So hands end up becoming awkward, and that can happen regardless of what runner you're playing. All right. Okay. Well, there's one round to go. I'm gonna. Yeah. Let me know if you have any other questions, other comments. Love interacting. Happy to chat. Even though I'm very much not feeling well, but that's okay. But yeah, one round to go. Let's try to make it an even 4-4, which is crazy. But here we are. That happens. Yeah, I'll be back for the next round. Looks like it's 20 minutes, something like that. I'll set a timer. Thanks for hanging out. Hello, we are back. Yes, there is a final round, but thank you for the kind messages. I'm glad that you're enjoying this. That's why we do it. Definitely helps me to know that people like what's going on. We're up against an Arasana. Now, this is so funny because for me to get a full art white space, I actually need to win this last game, and I just lost the last game running into a white space. So I don't know if I want it anymore. But here we are. So what are we doing? We're corping. Table 15. I gotta make that game, that means. Because what are we at here? Can't believe we're looking at this. But like 27, need top half. I'm at 34, so we gotta win. Oofa doofa. Yeah, that's like so disappointing. Actually, we might not even get it if we win. That's also crazy. But oh well, we're here to play. I've been embarrassing myself all day. It's simple. You win, you get the thing. Easy clap. Yes, that's the mentality. Although I think there is a chance where we win and we don't finish in the top 27. So I don't think it is actually shrimple. But we'll just play and not worry about it. Especially if people at 12 points are IDing for prizing. But like, there's very few people at 12 who I actually beat in terms of SOS. So like, it's just like 1, 2, maybe 3 players, but probably just 2 players because my SOS is 1.3, which is awful. Oh, yes. Okay, we're up against Ari. We do have a Hansei review plus ice. Yikes. Like, Hansei Ice Ice is like a fine-ish start. Because what? That's like Hansei the Void, Tattoo HQ Mick Archives. It's actually a fine start, so we're going to keep it. Not a reality. We just win and get the thing. It's simple. You lose, you definitely don't get the thing. Easy clap. Yes, there we go, Radiant. It's good to see you around. How you doing? You been playing? How's the New York life? Haven't caught up with you in a while. Haven't been to New York in a while. I usually go like every year, right? Something like that. Yeah, it's still the turn. This will just establish our econ. We'll find another ice and get the Charlotte out there. The Tato and HQ is a little weak, but it's good enough. We're up against Ari. Ari can be aggressive, but this is okay. Didn't find an ice. Still didn't find an ice. That's... wow. What the heck? Okay. Take a credit is fine, I guess. We could also throw the humanoid out there. Let's just do that. YOLO, right? Right. Sometimes they don't run it, and you get super rewarded. And if they do run it, we still have a humanoid and 2 Charlottes in hand. So this is actually a fine turn to do something like that. Or a fine hand to do something like that. And it's like... This is what I've been like talking about all day, is like sometimes you run into situations where it's like you take a big risk and there's a big downside if it backfires, but this is not quite that, because it's not, there's barely any downside if this backfires. They do run it, so we don't get this blowout turn that we were looking for. That shouldn't have happened. But it's fine. We got stuff. Don't have ice, but we have econ assets. Wow, that's a funny ice. Sure. Battle 2. What an ice to draw. Like, of all the ice in the deck, I guess I would have preferred to draw this than Vampy. But we would have preferred any other ice than that. Other than Vampy and this Cloud Eater. I guess Saisentan, I would have rather the Cloud Eater. And maybe I would prefer this over the Half Rune. Umbrella, sure. Wow. Okay. I was just thinking to myself that I have to draw Lacosta Charlotte, which I did. What do we do here? Is it Spin, Humanoid, Hansei, and Agenda? Or is it Lacosta Charlotte? It's probably Lacosta Charlotte. But Spin Humanoid draws me more cards. Okay, let's think about this. Spin Humanoid. We probably want to protect... Like, do we keep the Proprios or do we throw them out? That's like a big question. Spin Humanoid Hansei throws out 4 of my cards. So I have 4 cards in hand. We go to 6. We go to 9. And then I end up going... No, that doesn't work. That doesn't let me jam in 2 turns. So we actually want Lacosta Charlotte. And then I think we'll just Hansei the humanoid. Because we have a lot of stuff that we're doing already. And like Charlotte is better than humanoid in terms of giving us flexibility with our clicks. Because if we had installed Spin, like we could have, the alternative plan is to install Lacosta and humanoid. Was that better? Oh, it was better. Yeah, it was better. Install Lacosta and humanoid. This way I draw 1 card and gain 4 credits. And the other way I draw 3 cards and gain 3 credits. So I drew 2 less cards, but I get an extra credit. So I definitely should have. I think. Well, you don't know, because I might not play an operation, right? Like, playing an operation is not that important of a click for me here. So I might end up, like, going install, advance. Like, if I find an ice, it's definitely going to be install Proprio, advance, install ice. And that ends up being better. So it's actually not clear. In which case, it's maybe I prefer Charlotte. Click Lacosta first. Click Charlotte, find an ice. That's very good. Yeah, they're broke. Install, advance, install seems fine. We'll just like aggressively push. Like, they have $2, right? Are they going to run this? They might. But it also just looks like a 5-3. They're probably going to run it. Which means maybe I should have been more careful and just put the third ice on there instead of advancing. But I definitely get the next proprio if they steal this one. So it's probably okay. Because the upside of them not running is massive, right? Because I get to score and then jam the other proprio, and now I have Tattoo Cloud Eater with a proprio counter. So the upside of scoring is like, of scoring with the pre-advance is probably worth it. We'll res that. This Cloud Eater is going to hit them pretty hard. Okay. That's so bad for them. Because the Chromatophores is gonna die. Wait a second. They can't break the Cloud Eater. Hang on a second. They can't break that. They've already used Arasana. And they don't have money. They definitely should not have continued the run. But now Cloud Eater is going to fire. I'm going to lose an agenda. It's probably worth it for me. Holy crap. Just all fires. Yeah, trash an installed card. It's probably Simulchip. Or it's Umbrella. Or it's DZ. It's probably DZ. No, we'll just make them lose a Simulchip. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just hit a Simulchip. They lost DZ, Fizzarum, and Simulchip. Nice. All high impact cards. And you want to hit the Simulchip there and not the Umbrella, because if you hit the Umbrella, they can Simulchip it back immediately. So it ends up being the same thing as just hitting the Simulchip, so you're just giving them a choice as to whether they want to do that or not. So you might as well just hit the Simulchip to not give them that choice. Unless you think that it's a misplay for them to not Simulchip it back, which I don't think it is. So we just keep it simple and just hit the Simulchip. The petty cash from hand is not necessary. So we'll just jam. There's no way this doesn't get scored, right? If they steal this, then we might actually have problems. But I don't think there's a way this doesn't get scored. So now we go advance, score. We still don't have ice, so we'll just put the Charlotte in there, I guess. If I drew an ice there, then we'd probably play an operation and ice R&D, because that's where we're going to lose this game. But they can't install resources for the rest of the game. They can install Nuka and click it once, and then I can trash it if I want, which I'll probably have the money to do so, considering this board. Econ operations are here, dripping from the bin. We're going to have to, if we don't draw ice, we're going to aggressively Spin Doctor to draw ice. Ooh, they're not running R&D. That's really good for me. Yeah. Yeah, spend $1 and break this. That's fine. Oh, it's costing them a mantle. That's, yeah. Oh, we're so good. Holy crap. Sure. I forgot. I forgot about mantle. Um, the umbrella part was fine. The draw part was fine. Like, we do risk drawing an agenda, but like we do kind of just need to draw. Lacosta, Charlotte, Fuji. So what? This is Tattoo R&D. Install agenda advance. We kind of want this fly swatter to hit the fermenter, right? But wherever we put it, it's not going to fire. Let's do it this way. Oh, there's also a knickknack for me to trash. Sure. We'll just trash. That's okay. They shouldn't run HQ here. And if they do, it's a 1 in 5. This is the worst agenda in the deck, so that's why I'm like not super excited to jam it. Okay. I mean, all right. Sure. Money situation's not great. There is tattoo. There's tattoos everywhere, so we'll just jam this. I shouldn't have advanced it. That was bad, actually. I probably should have just hedge funded. But if they don't pop the fermenter, maybe I'll purge, and then I'll just let this cook a turn. Because advancing it's just bad, because like it lets me score it next turn, but then I lose and a La Costa counter the following turn. So if anything, like jamming I think was correct, because I wouldn't want to like purge a 4 counter fermenter with Charlotte still ticking, probably. And it looks like it's good that we just got the agenda out of hand. This seems like it's a problem for them. We'll just keep throwing mean ice at them. Seems okay. Gonna Muse and Fizzaramit. Okay. I guess I'm not gonna draw just to be safe. Oh, come on. They hit the brand. The one ice in our hand, so now it turns the tattoos off? That sucks. That sucks so much. I guess we'll just Do I need to play this hedge fund? I kind of want them to access the hedge fund because they're definitely running HQ next turn. We're just going to do that. It's a super weird turn, but like I want to keep either the Charlotte or the Spin Doctor, which means I shouldn't play any of my operations. Because when they see a 3 out of HQ, there's going to be like a pretty low chance that they'll find both the Charlotte and the Spin. And the remote is safe. Like, if I play both of the operations, they might actually go, like, trash, and then run the remote somehow. But I have the Proprio counter, so, like, we're always okay on that front. Happy to res this. Because we have a Proprio counter. That ice is going to be relevant. Whew. Got an RE card coming down. Their MU is a problem because they lost a DZMZ to the Cloud Eater. Slap Vandal. Nice. Love to see that. What did they lose? Oh, they trashed their Mantle? Or they trashed their Muse. I don't know. Don't remember. No, I don't think I'm gonna draw. No need to draw. Because our turn next turn is like amazing, right? No need to draw here. No need to take on any risk of this cup seeing something. There's the run on HQ. Anyways, love to see that. They are drawing a ton of cards with Umbrella, but I'm going to keep declining the draw. Petty Cash, Spin Doctor, don't hit the Charlotte. Thank you. Oh, and they didn't trash the Spin anyways. Perfect. Okay. Let's score. Lily Pad Pinhole. Beautiful. I think we're just getting money. Could put the Vampy on R&D. Don't love it, but we could. I could also try to push for the win now. Where I go install res spin. And we go install advance. Probably can do that actually. Yeah, it's the right play for sure. I was gonna be more passive, but there's actually no reason to be more passive. I have enough money. Because even if we drew a 5-3, I was able to go install advance, and I would just have $6 right now, and I would need 3 to score, so I would have 3 effective credits to defend it. But I have a tattoo on the remote, so that gains me $2. So then I have 5 effective credits. I can res half rune, I can fire void, and we can pop Proprio. So we had the game on lock. So we didn't have to be more passive. We're gonna draw to give him a chance to find something. No, it wasn't an agenda. Okay. What's the next card, though? GG. Okay. Don't win and don't get top half, but we do win. Let's see if we get top half. Let's see if we get it. I feel like we're not going to. Which is like, it's kind of crazy for a 4-4 record. It's kind of crazy for a 4-4 record, period. But then it's kind of crazy that a 4-4 record doesn't get top half. Because my SOS is so bad. Nah. Like, I don't get this. Right? I go up to, like, only here. Like, as is, if nobody moves, my win takes me to 24th place. That's crazy. And then my SOS needs to improve. Ugh. Let's see. Chris just beat the guy that's undefeated. Right? Completely undefeated? 21. Yeah, so they've won 7 games in a row. Chris just beat him. Davs is in. I'm just interested to see if Chris makes it, because Chris would be the only, like, 6-2 who makes it, but I don't think so. But maybe. Davs is in. Cold Lava and Given to Fly. Given to Fly is here. Cold Lava is here, so they could both lose. Which then means there's going to be 3 spots for 6-2s. But then Eli is going to be one of them, because I think Eli's playing one of them. Yeah, so Eli would be one of the 6-2s who makes it. So this game right here, Given to Fly and Eli, and That's No Mud, is a game for a cut spot, for a cut spot. Yeah, Chris has a lot of people ahead of him on strength of schedule. I think Nick Wright. Who's playing Cold Lava? Matushak. And Matushak is ahead. But barely. Oh, but well ahead. Passive Malt, Laura. Ryan won. Happy for him, but not good for me. But that's okay. Me getting a prize and him getting a prize is kind of the same thing. But he was one of the lower SOS 12 pointers. So one of the only people that I could climb. Who's the other person? JXUE. JXUE. Unreported. How'd Fa do? She won. Alright. Chromatophores, Q-Loop, Ari. They just want to kickflip. I respect it. It's like a decent engine. It's a decent engine. I've seen a couple decks like that. And I think it's like I don't think it's fake. Yeah, I think there's like a legitimate deck there. You're really sick as well? Yeah. New York is great. I'm wondering if I stick around to see if we get it, but there's still another 15 minutes. So I'm probably going to close off, and we can check the standings after. And see what happens. But I'm not going to hang around for 15 minutes to wait for standings to come up. Unless there's a game that we want to watch. But I don't want to disturb people, so we're going to leave it. But that's it for me for CBI 2026. Disappointing run. I had some show previous rounds. Yeah, disappointing run. This is a nice little thing here. I didn't know that this existed. Oh, I just closed it. My bad. Let's move myself over here. Yeah, disappointing run. I could have done a much better in the first round. Didn't poke a remote early. Round 2, I should have won for sure. But completely on me that I didn't. Basically tripped over the finish line. Round 3, maybe something worth analyzing about like whether it's worth it to take risks. Take like a big risk of putting the proprietor in the remote. I think that was the only moment in that game that I would have considered something different. Won the game in round 4. This game was a solid game. Round 5 was somewhat of a solid game. There was a weird SDS jam that was so weird that I didn't run, and they ended up scoring it out on me, but it ended up being okay. Round 6 was a solid game against Sable. Round 7 was a bad draw versus a god draw. Nothing I could have done about that one. Face planted into a white space, which I should have gone for on round 1, turn 1, click 1, but ended up happening in round 7. It ended up being the white space, but I don't think that would have made a difference that game. It would have improved my odds a little bit, but like, and then maybe on the last turn, I probably should have ran HQ twice. I think that was the plan the whole time, and in the moment, I was just like, I'm just going to draw. Sometimes the tilt can get to you. And then round 8 with the Arasana was also a bit of a weird draw. Drew all my assets very early, not a lot of ice. Drawing the Cloud Eater was a little funny, but it ended up being quite good for me. And then we traded Proud Negations, and then they weren't really able to pick back up from there, and I was able to control out the rest of the game. And so, yeah, like I think this game, like round 7. The thing is, like, if I were to play all these games again, I would have probably still lost round 3 and round 7. Obviously, my opponents would have been different, but like you assume that they're going to be the same. So I still would have finished 6-2, and I don't think I would have made cut. So, such is the game sometimes. But there's a chance that 3 people at 6-2 may cut here. But one of them is spoken form, so it comes down to SOS. It's going to be a pretty tight SOS, and we'll see if we even make top half. But yeah. All right, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. It's a bit of a... How long did we go for? 4, 5, 6, 7 hours? Played through the whole thing despite really getting knocked out in the first 2 rounds. Maybe 3 rounds. Yeah. We're... still good to play. It's good to be out here. I'll be looking forward to the next set. I actually just pre-ordered the next set. It sounds like it's coming out in March, which is kind of like not that far away, right? It's like a month and a half away. So there's probably not going to be too much going on for that month and a half. But then once March comes around, I'll probably do some card reviews. I'll definitely be revealing my own card that's coming out. So stay tuned for that. I probably won't be spoiling anything else because I'll be spoiling my own card. And NSG will probably want to distribute the spoilers to other people, which is fair enough. So I'll probably only do that spoiler, and then, we'll see what my schedule is like, but maybe I'll try to do a review of all the cards and give my thoughts on them. And we'll be jumping into a new meta in a month and a half, hopefully, if those things don't get delayed. Okay, that's me. I'm going to sign off. Thanks for hanging out. It's 4:19 p.m. Good luck to the people playing in EMEA. I know Brandon the King will be playing in EMEA, so keep an eye out for him. He's been jamming as he always is, and be cheering him on as I sleep, really, because it's going to be like 2 a.m. for me. And good luck to all the people next weekend. Winner gets their face to commission an alt art. So it's a pretty cool prize.